Well, he's done it, chat. Lucky actually beat me to the red button. None of that made it into the audio edit. Hi, welcome to Rain, session 11's.
11Zs.
And we have to ask the eternal question, will the group actually get into a fight this episode? Answer, probably not.
Not that kind of game.
Listen, we can just go into a bar, just ask the nearest bloke, hey, you want to get in a fight?
You say it's not that
initiative.
kind of game. I actually think it's a lot that kind of game, just that none of you guys want to fight anybody for some reason, except Konrad, who really wants to fight people. But you
I'm okay
don't
with
let
fighting people.
I have no reason to fight. No.
Buddy, I was gonna say read your tweets. That's not correct, but yes, this is if Leslok was tweeting. I've read Leslok's live journal. There are some people you want to fight.
Leslok has been community noted.
I want it to be
super-
known I do not
super
want to fight.
dramatic about
Like,
things.
actually,
Oh,
That I
okay.
actually believe. All right. Anyway, we're getting off topic. We're getting into the weeds before I even mention that I would like to shout out our patrons really quick. Like Adam Hart, Black G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV 9000, Just Fake, Kaiser, Starlight, Legendary Boss Under Liam. No, that's wrong. Rise Kenji, Rogue Robin, Sharvor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. There used to be two L names there. That's not it. We go from L to R. Quite a curve on the alphabet spread, patrons. Anyway, going to drink now. Okay, all right. Now we're in it. That's the intro. So, you guys have made it to the capital.
Yay.
It's about mid-morning-ish. You guys received some mail and stuff last time. You know, letters and things and updates. And so, you're all, you know, gathered at Torchlight Hall. What are you going to do?
All right. So, about what time is it?
It's mid-morning.
Mid-morning? Well, first thing off, take my shit to my room. Ask Emily,
Yep.
brew me a cup of red leaf. I'm gonna have to change quickly, get something that probably doesn't stink of seawater. And I'm gonna head out to the bank and the goldsmith guild.
I actually hand you something else than red leaf, because I think you're gonna need it.
I
Hold
want
on,
my
let
red
me
leaf
see if
right
I
now.
can- You don't want vigor wine?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Never
think he
mind.
needs. It's mid-morning. He doesn't need to stay awake.
Yeah. Well, wait. I have a question to you. I have a question. Are you like just? Is it just like is it a stoppered bottle or something, or is it like in a
Yeah,
cup?
it would be a stoppered bottle.
All right, I'll take a stopper bottle. You never know when I might have to stay up all night. But I'm still having my red leaf right now.
Into the
You
pocket.
do have that jewelry thing you gotta do.
I do.
It's true. Yeah, you have plenty of, as mentioned, you have plenty of domestic staff at Torchlight Hall, so there's probably not quite a laundry, you know, day per se, but some of the laundry maids can actually get out and, like, you know, air out your clothes that's been in a traveling trunk for a month,
Mm-hmm.
or, you know,
Mhm.
half a month.
Hmm.
And then
Oh, yeah,
um,
sorry.
well, no. If you're gonna do something before I leave, go for it. It's gonna take anyways probably a little bit to change and whatnot.
But yeah, before Enos would leave, I think Logesh would approach Enos and ask if there's anything he can do to assist in Leslok's romantic endeavors.
Inos is gonna take a moment and pause on that. It's all like, Yes, go out to Clothier and something. See if you can find something a little bit more in season this year. It's like we all need to get new clothes, but if our big boy is going to be presenting a gift of the magnitude that I hope this is gonna be, and he's gonna need the threads to match it.
Good point. Okay. Leslok, are you doing anything today?
I don't have a cute response, but Leslok was going to.
I've
He was gonna go out to get better clothing as well after finished putting
Cousin,
stuff away.
I did not think that was a question.
Sorry. In my mind, once again, I'm thinking about like the prestige TV edit of this. I just want Leslok to look at Logesh, look at his pile of mail that you guys got, look back to Logesh. You know, might have a few things.
Yeah, a few things to sort through.
All right, but it sounds like shopping is going around.
Yes, it's like we get some clothes, and then I think we're attending that club tonight because like we were invited for tonight specifically.
Yes, but that's not until like 9 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm-
Right now, we
I
need to
have-
focus on you, my good sir.
Logesh,
Hmm?
leave your armor.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go in like my full armor. But thank you for the reminder, Konrad.
Well, no, I mean, I need to work on it. I need to make it all shiny. Remember?
Oh, right.
That
Silly
kind
me.
of leave my armor. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
I wasn't
okay.
gonna like go dig through your stuff looking for it. So
Anyway, I'm gonna take the ducklings and we're gonna go get some clothes sorted out. I fucking give up. I'm Scottish now. Fuck it. I can't do Irish. I can only do Scottish. It just doesn't work.
Oh, he's a Scottish now.
I feel like Nicola would get probably some sass back for calling them ducklings.
I'm not calling out them in front of them.
No comments. But you all need to make sure you've got your formal dress. Especially you, Sneaky Pants Magoo. Aurelia points at Enos. It rhymes. Shut up. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention in poetry class for like 2 years.
I noticed.
Well, let's hope that they don't have a poetry contest this year then.
Can't
They
it
did
does
last
tend to
time.
make it. Does tend to make it draw on a little bit.
And I don't worry.
Just do what I did and be unbearably emo.
which is not that
Anything
bad.
else we should go and grab while we're out and about? Konrad, since you're not attending with us, would you like us to see about getting you an outfit along with Nicola?
See if you can find a fashionable hat for me. That's all I think. All I really
Okay.
need. I think my hat's out of season, so I need a new one.
Nicola?
I'm probably going to be picking something up while I'm taking these ones to get shopping.
Okay. And I don't need to worry about Enos. That man could
Enos
show up
will-
naked and he'd be
will,
fine.
Have a chase scene through a clothes shop in the middle of this sequence somehow and just come out with a new outfit.
Excellent.
Be the most theatric thing to do.
It's dangerous, but I'm starting to imagine Enos is almost like Jack Sparrow core, just like wandering flashily through things. Is he really doing things? Yeah, sure. Sometimes he means to, but other times he's just like, that seems neat. Yoink. That said, I'm not sure. Would Enos yell about having a jar of dirt?
If I needed to be distracting for a second, yes.
So that was that what it was about? I thought that was because exile. It never.
Anyway, all right. Okay, so yeah. Sounds like then for at least the immediate morning, Conrad's gonna stay in, work on some stuff. First thing, Leslok and Logesh go out for clothes, I guess.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Nicola will chaperone the younger crew to make sure they are fully fitnessed, and Enos will skedoodle on over to the bank.
I would probably
I don't-
insist they pick out separate dress for each occasion because I feel like they have different vibes.
Well, since this is about to come up, they will probably need maybe a couple of different clothing outfits. You guys picked up a smattering of things as well when you got there, but strictly speaking, the dress code for the ceremony, Leslok presenting himself to the High King. That is going to be full court dress, which is going to be very similar. If anybody out of character recalls what the dress code was like when you guys went to the royal feast at the end of the prologue.
Yeah.
So, coattails, waistcoat, breeches, cuffs, black tie, ascot, hat, etc.
Fancy cups.
Tricorns or bicorner hats are technically the appropriate, but you can also where did I leave that note? There is another one, another hat style. Yeah, it's just in a blob. I'll find it in my history the other way. But it like sorry, I'm just like once again, as always, fighting the nature of the slow goopification of the internet.
The internet. No.
What the flip was this called? History.
What was it? Oh, yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. It's called a something bonnet, but it's not actually a bonnet. It's like the Scottish hat thing.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Fuck.
But apparently, I don't think. Let me search in my history. Highland? No. So apparently, the phrase Scottish or Highland doesn't appear in it. Ah, there we go. Balmoral bonnet. So yeah, it would not be called that because Balmoral is a specific thing with the Scottish Highlands and that sort of stuff. But yeah, that sort of.
Okay, that.
Yes. Kind of close to a beret style, soft wool cap. That would also be acceptable. And specifically, for like details and highlights, those of you in the high houses are rated for, a variety of such things. Can include velvet, gray and white fur, tinsel or brocade of gold and silver, or embroidery of such fabrics like silk, satin, and lace. It is, like I said, black tie. You can wear gems of any rank. Leslok in particular will need a formal velvet cloak or robe to go over his outfit with crimson interior and gray fur. Extra details
Gotcha.
threaded in. But that is probably something that you would have already.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a few different ways you can incorporate the house seal as on your mantle as a badge, like a brooch clasp, etc. And if you guys are trying to signify your outfits, remember that your the Logi colors are argent and tin, silver and orange. Specifically dress code wise, Leslok, you're just supposed to show up accessorizing with just the wear your sword and your signet ring. The rest of you can, wear swords and appropriate accessories. And technically, because armor is usually very expensive, an appropriately kept suit of armor would be considered formal wear.
Polish, 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 polish.
That's good to know. Well then, I guess let's go amass something, and I guess along the way, I don't know, either one of us are good at this, but I guess get the pulse of what things have been like since we've been here.
All right, okay, sure. 3 years of gossip, got it.
Yeah, what's the word? Sorry. Yeah, while we're talking to the tailor, what's the word around town? What's the latest fashion? Any recommendations on how to make this, gesturing to Leslok, look good?
I'm not
All right,
Sorry,
go
not
ahead and
Logesh.
roll.
Bring out his natural nobility.
Of course, sir. Measuring tape, adjust monocle. Both of you go ahead and roll me sense plus hearing. I've already said that'll be what it is to pick up on rumors and vibes.
I should totally get a monocle.
Fuck.
Can I get?
I get it.
Starting off strong.
I'm
What
gonna
were you
awaken
saying,
a
Lucky?
monocle and get a +1 on fucking sight and scrutinize with it. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds very funny.
Yeah.
Loth is dying because he got a straight.
Hey,
He got the legendary 1, 2,
Hey,
3,
I got
4.
two. I got 2 ones for Loth.
I know, but I know the thing I love most about this is it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not randomized.
In
Yeah.
a
No,
line.
D1 printed it exactly in order. Only
I got-
here at the StudiOmega Players.
I got 1s for him and 6s for myself.
It's true. Well, it doesn't work like that, but
I know.
you do. You got 6s. So, yeah. I mean, and you technically brought it up first, I think. So, you go out. You are kind of moving in a separate party from the rest of your, house crew who's getting their social debuts. Though, obviously, you're all in the gold district shopping at clothes and other accessories. So, it's not like you don't see Nicola and his pack of ducklings on the street, per se. But, you are going into different establishments and working on different accessories. So, you're out and around. The general tone of the city, I kind of mentioned, like, what it was like visually, but emotionally, it's kind of the same way of just, like, quiet preparation. Like, the festival doesn't officially start for another couple of days still. I think it's about 3 days because you're still in the morning. So, yeah, you got a few more days before it's officially kicked off. So everybody is, like, working hard. You're seeing and hearing people on the streets, like, rolling out carts and setting up, booths and stuff, vendors on the street sides, there are, like, every side street is, like, packed with a luggage train of something, whether it's visiting nobles or stock coming into merchants or, whatever. But people have not yet reached the, dancing and playing tambourine in the street kind of thing.
So
Surprising how he...
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Loth. I was just gonna make a pithy joke.
I was going to make a pithy comment as well. Like, they're just in anticipation of the festivities. Like, they're waiting for it.
Yes. You would say that not that, Leslok necessarily remembered to have this gut check back in Saints Quay, but compared to, like, the general vibes from your people back in Norlon, the capital does seem maybe a little laissez-faire. Like, people are just kind of, like, not going about their daily lives, but, like, everybody is excited and interested in an upcoming festival. At the moment, you don't hear a lot of, griping about, shitloads of nobles in town, stuff like that, or having to rush out the stock. You got 6s. You do probably hear a couple of things as you guys flit by, like, some, cafes, or maybe, you're making sure you've got, like, a good sword belt or something. That compared to the last trip you had, it sounds like in general all of the houses who have arrived have indeed brought, an extra brace of at least a dozen, men-at-arms.
Understandable.
So there are definitely, like, a lot more soldiery types rattling around, but the people of Lampeclair don't really have anything to say about it. They still seem, again, not relaxed, because there is a certain kind of, like, anticipation in the air, but not concerned. And I'm pretty sure that acquiring fancy enough clothing for this event is well within Leslok's wealth level. What are you, 2?
5.
No, sorry, yeah, 5.
He's
2
got
is probably
5,
what it would
I've got
cost.
3. Sadly, it wouldn't come up because Leslok would pay for it, but if there was something that was going to be like Wolf 3 and I'd be put down to Wolf 2, I would have taken it. The Wolf 5 kind of mitigates that.
Like, no, like,
Yeah,
don't.
It's probably like a 2 or 3 for this setup.
Let's see.
Pulls out the MasterCard.
The black card.
Because like talking about like a noble's wedding gown, which is like a once in a lifetime event for a noble, is like
That's
a 4.
four.
You are probably getting something for yourself, Leslok, that's like something that you're going to be able to wear at other open court appearances with the High King. So it's probably about a 3.
It would be about a 3 because
Very fine cloak.
what pushes it would be like if I had to buy a ruby the size of my hand.
Well, you don't need to do that actually, because you don't, unless you really want to, like bedazzle yourself out and get like jeweled embroidery on like your waistcoat or something. You don't actually have to go that ham.
Nah, I think that'll just get heavy, and then people will want to take it.
Let me double check. What's the current treasure 2? So the effective wealth 6. Yeah, I mean you could glitz it up a little to try and like flaunt your house's wealth, but
Don't want to.
that's not usually how Norlon, how Tyne is perceived.
Yeah, and also it doesn't feel quite Leslok.
It's true.
I probably would have asked this before we left, but no, I'll just take care of it. Never mind. Nicola wouldn't.
All right, well,
concern
I'm going to
himself
move to
with
you
that so
next
much.
if Logesh and Leslok don't have anything else they want to pick up at the store. They can probably run around and get tailoring and done in like an hour or 2.
Yeah, I think the main thing, as well as while out there, Logesh will probably look for a suitable wolf-inspired like a cloak or cape to wear with his official armor, as he's being Leslok's bodyguard. But aside from that, the day is mostly about finding 2 suitable outfits for Leslok.
I'm also
So-
going to get some riding shoes just in case.
I don't want mean to interrupt, but remember, we did kill those wargs, and we did get like warg hide cloaks. Those are probably pretty fucking rad.
Yeah, probably gonna
You know
wear.
what?
You could actually, you and Konrad should wear those. I could wear something else that's more just my house colors.
Well, hey, fun fact. I did point out that one of the allowed fur trims you're allowed to use is white and gray, so you might have some of your clothing, Leslok, accessorized with a splash of warg fur.
Warg.
Cool.
But yes, actually, it's funny enough, that's where I was going to bring up, Lucky, was that it would probably be easier for you guys to acquire wolf fur back in Norlon and have it brought with you as part of your clothing as either a regular wolf pelt or the, warg stuff.
We did skin those works entirely.
Which is just a super wolf.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is-
yeah,
it
the
is true.
super wolf.
Super wolf.
Thank you.
No, you guys made sure to save the skulls and fangs and stuff, so I still don't know where those have ended up.
I thought we were gonna make one into a hunt trophy.
It's true, probably one of those.
I don't know
I-
which. I don't know which
I
one because one of them has a bullet hole through it.
Probably not that one.
Probably not that one, yeah.
I think the other
Converted
one
You
we
could probably take the tails separately as like almost like a first stole, or like tuck them into your belt like the fucking warg gear from what is this, Macrocosmos? Not Macrocosmos, what's that the name of the skill?
Grand Cosmos.
You know the one, Grand Cosmos, yeah, the dungeon.
I need to go back and get the
A couple of
last
those armor
piece,
cells
too.
have big wolf tails on them.
I'm also thinking of. I lost it, but I do at least getting riding shoes just in case.
Yeah. So,
Wait, no, I remember.
any other thoughts, Axe, on what we should grab for you?
No, not mine. Just Leslok's been wearing this scarf the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Started wearing that immediately.
Keep that close to you.
he is going.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
Then Team Field. Nicola, how much graces you got?
I have 4. Or no, I have 3. Sorry.
Go ahead and you make me a graces roll. Let's see if you can.
Okay. Oh no, I do have 4. Never mind.
Okay, he's got 4. Go
I'm
for it.
not crazy.
I mean, don't know about that, but
Harder. TMDs. Can I add my mission to this?
Yes, because I'm quizzing you on clothing for people that includes your sister.
Exactly. Alright. Yes.
Wow.
Jackpot.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so you're able to apply your knowledge, and you manage to keep in mind something that technically was not suggested necessarily about. I don't think it was about the debuts, the debutantes, as it were, but that you did overhear about making sure to catch up on the latest fashions. So you get some nice spring clothes for everybody, making sure they have formal outfits. Technically, you would only need one set of court dress for everybody, which would cover both the ceremony and could cover the royal feast later. But, they're probably going to do the blossom dance as well, so they need that sort of suitable socializing gear, that sort of stuff. So, yes, that's plenty wide enough that you can make sure nobody does any faux pas, nobody, acquires any clothing that doesn't necessarily, kind of like exceeds their social rank, as it were. And everything is nice and appropriate.
Yes.
Aurelia probably gets some like really dark gray evening dresses with like some probably dark orange highlights here and there. Lots of silver
I had
thread
a
woven in.
question, Omega.
Yeah.
What is there any house that has the color teal as their house color?
Teal, as in a greenish.
Like a greenish blue.
I think House Marin is sea green. Let me double check.
Okay.
Houses.
Then is any house? Is there a blue that isn't taken by a house? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, I'm sure there's a shade of blue. There's
Yes.
a couple.
Because I am going to go heavy on silver with blue trim.
Yes, Marin's color is sea green.
Okay. I'm going to avoid doing that because even though I'm trying to do that, it sends weird messages. So
A gets blue.
Yeah, A is like a normal blue, and
okay, so
Espada is a sky blue, but that's
okay, so
still
then I
leaves you
guess
some range.
dark
Yeah, you can go
navy
for it.
blue is. But yeah, mainly silver, I should say.
Yeah, but you want some accent colors,
Yeah. And I'm sorry to our house, orange is an atrocious color on clothing. I can't. I just can't.
Not even
man.
sunset orange?
No, I hate orange as a clothing color.
I mean, I think you have to manage it.
This is just a Dallas personal taste thing more than a rule of fashion. Exactly. Exactly.
That shade of orange. Bad. At least for that kind of outfit.
Oh, that's why I'm not getting a result. I'm spelling it wrong.
No. No, orange is a fine accent color, but it's not for me.
So this is 10, which is kind of the orangey tint I described before. And it is different from a brown, which is also, I don't know if there is a... I don't know if there's a high house that straight up has brown as their given color.
Hey, look, Nicola has an excuse, or I guess I don't know for 100% sure, but I'm guessing based on the location name, my sub house is definitely leans more into the silver.
Probably, yeah.
You could see House Filter having been brown to some degree, but they're gone.
Yeah, they probably had a brun. So there'd be like a navy blue, a couple of other blues you could get in. And technically, it is sea green, so maybe the teal more on the blue side is also acceptable. Leaning
Yeah,
more blue
but
than
I don't
green.
want to send the wrong message.
You don't want to confuse anybody at this time. You want to confuse people later.
I don't want to confuse House Marin more than anything.
Just, don't wear anything sea serpent-y.
No.
Avoid all vipers. should be done anyway. All right. Okay. All right. So yes. But all the rest of your crew with you can, suitably accessorize, again, with the right collections of colors, accessories. I think just in general, because of the way your house is, a lot of you accessorize with a lot of, like, silver tinsel thread or embroidery. It's very suitable.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not a lot of pearl out of you guys.
I don't think so.
If you
Yeah,
guys
get some
need
fun.
ruby or sapphire or jewelry set in silver, let me know. I'll hook you up.
I believe you.
There
I think
are, if you are looking for a more casual touch, probably a decent collection of pre-made pieces as well. But obviously, I don't think those are going to be as high quality as anything Inos would produce. But if you want just like simple, like silver cufflinks, silver chains of decoration, silver belt buckle, probably pretty easy to arrange. And at this time, I don't think that any of the, as we say, debutantes is really up for causing a fuss. They've been cooped up on a boat for a while, so, they're just happy to stretch their legs to get out. Nobody tries to, like, ditch Nicola, and you may assign him with a couple of other, men-at-arms or footmen to make sure to carry all the boxes and things you're getting. Their poor spines. Right. Sounds like we are scootling on from there.
Yeah.
well,
Okay. Well, since he is the next one who's going out and about, Inos,
Yes.
you are also technically in the Gold District, but you are actually going somewhere different.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to pop by the new branch of the Bank of Akunar.
Yes.
All right. Well, it's a pretty big bank, and while I'm obviously not going to bother drawing city street plans for all of the many settlements in this large-scale noble houses game, I think it probably would be, thematically appropriate if the new bank is probably like across the street from the Goldsmiths Guild Hall.
Probably. It makes sense.
Just seems like the kind of the thing that would be close up.
I'd buy her in the same stock.
But the bank building probably resembles a little bit like, what you might think when you think of a bank. Got some nice, fine, columns out front, big colonnade. Got some steps, big, sturdy doors. Inside, you see probably half a dozen, clerks doing, money changing, exchanging, notarying papers and stuff like that. Lots of big scales for, like, equivalent, valuing and weighting and stuff. Behold, yonder god. Sadly, there are no cameras currently because I don't have any sorcery designed for, that kind of warding. But yeah, so
Old scrying device.
you roll right in.
Mm-hmm.
There are many, like I said, clerks and clerks waiting.
Yes. Inos will go up to a clerk and, well, inquire about taking out a loan.
All right. I presume you're presenting your, your
My writ?
papers of writ.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so the card kind of takes him in hand, starts examining specters. Yes. Signed and sealed. House Logi. Yes. Right this way, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Takes you to, a nice banker's office in the back. And let's see. There you are met very briefly by two people, one person for longer. You are introduced by that one clerk to Flori Sarafyan. a banker.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, you know, I mean, it says right here. I'll add him to the Dramatis in a second if I didn't already. You know, early 40s. Obviously from Aquinar, so he's got, you know, kind of darker sun-bronzed skin, dark hair.
Mm-hmm.
But got a little bit of the hazel eyes. You know, he's wearing, you know, a pretty simple, but, you know, lightweight, like, clerk's, you know, smock overcoat kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But also, you are actually given a brief audience with the Baron Oro himself. You know, Macarius briefly appears in the office and says, "Ah, Inos, my friend." Shake hand, shake hand. Shakes one hand, shakes the other hand.
Shake hand, shake hand.
Ah, so good to see you. I'm terribly sorry I can't stay to talk. Just made sure things are in order here. Please, you must come by the villa later.
That's like, Enos will promise to visit. Well, maybe later today, actually, if possible. If he doesn't mind.
Yes, I would love to discuss the contents of your letter further, but obviously you are here to do business in the way of business.
Mm.
And if it will get your a new lordling out of his shell is the wrong word, but also you don't really have a fortress here, do you?
Book
Your, you know, northern your picturesque northern manor. As way of congratulations, I would love to offer the young lord a brick of my finest tea, aged in Aquinar. And then we can discuss maybe some higher level business, you know? You know, once again, another round of handshakes, and then he kind of pauses and says, "By the way, I know you haven't been in the town long, but have you seen my darling Paz yet?"
Enos, you know, just pauses for a second and is like, "No, not yet, but she did send a message already saying we can find her later. Is all to miss?"
No, it's fine. It's just, well, while I am very proud of her, the girl is not much like her father. Very hard worker, very dedicated to her studies. We've been here several days, and I've hardly seen her. She is so often at the archives. I was wondering if perhaps you had spoken with her yet, but it is fine. One of us will see her next, I'm sure. I'll be maybe the other should be sure to give the regards. Eh? Winks at you.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of straightens his hair and says, "Yes, I must go and arrange things myself. And also see where I packed that bloody great formal cloak. I must tell you, I understand it's very high quality. But, you know, crushed velvet's not good for the weather in Aquinar. Do not get to use it much." Kind of pats you on the shoulder and goes about his business.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Banker Sarafyan will speak to you though, and we don't gotta role play it out too hard. The way taking a loan works is, you know, you if a company has more monies than you can, you know, ask for the loan.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming the Baronor has more money than us.
Yeah, I haven't actually like hard statted every single house because we don't need it just yet. But yes, your treasure 2. Hold on, can
Yes.
Where's the chart of
Yeah.
treasure?
I just assume Baron Oro is like treasure 8.
I
Oh,
said
it
he was,
doesn't go that high, but
I think it was like 4 or 5.
yeah.
No,
it's
I know it doesn't go that.
probably like 4 or
I know
5
it doesn't
sure.
go that high. I still assume that.
But yes, fine. The company's treasure sufficient; they can give you some. You work out your terms. So the basic way this works is you got to work out the terms for a predetermined amount of time. You would like to request the bank give you a loan for a whole year.
Yep, 1 year.
All right. Due again in next spring. That is amenable. And basically the way it'll work is when we roll around to next spring, you gotta give them back the point of treasure, or else you default. which is generally seen as quite rude.
Right? Oh.
So, if you are willing to do business on those terms, the loan can be arranged.
Arrange the loan.
Alrighty.
Question.
Yep.
If we get something to increase our own treasure to 3, is the loan a separate thing?
Oh,
or
no.
we-
Yeah, you straight up go up 1 treasure.
Yeah.
Okay, so then if we get something that would get us up to 3, could we just hold on to it until we pay back the loan?
No. Well,
Oh.
I mean, I guess if you're trying to sell a high-level treasure, yeah. But, like, no. You are gaining a point of treasure. You are becoming treasure 3.
Yeah.
But you will have to pay them back the point of treasure after the 1 year.
Yeah, we'll go back down to 2.
So it is technically, if you found a resource which could be exploited to give you a point of treasure, you could hold on to it. But yes, no, you are. And this also precludes if something should happen where you run down you actually expend your treasure permanently, you still owe them the treasure point. So be careful.
That'd be bad.
But yes, Inos says the deal is struck, so I'm putting in my notes. You guys are now treasure 3.
Yay.
Yeah.
All right, more handshakes all around. Thank you for
The deal
business.
is struck.
Yes. Thank you for doing business, sir.
Mm-hmm. Actually, what other services does the Bank of Akinar provide?
Oh, well, we're talking about, Renaissance era and a little beyond, guilds and banks. They have private and personal loans. Obviously, if you want to store any valuables, you feel they are not secure enough in your own home or personage, they have storage vaults here.
Okay.
Very robust storage. They do currency conversion because while obviously, the mark is the coin of the realm, you have a couple different denominations, and there are a couple of acceptable trade currencies. So if you need anything converted to it's the Bank of Akinar, so it's probably just cowrie shells,
Mm-hmm.
which is used as kind of a independent trade currency by a couple of people. And they would have kith chits as well.
Okay.
So they do that sort of stuff. And then also probably just a lot of like what you would get at like a public notary type stuff, like the bankers, I'm not really sure what the insurance game is like in this time and age, but, probably can get like a banker or an appraiser here to like, certify the value of your property. Lots of go-between business stuff.
Okay.
And anything else you want to do at the bank?
Would banks well, probably not here, but would banks be the ones holding property in the city and whatnot?
If there was property to sell that way, yes, it would be the bank would probably have the deed, or it would be, the previous landowner, because there's not like, I don't think there's real estate agencies yet or anything like that.
Okay.
The kind of properties that would probably be like the kinds of deeds they would have access to the bank would probably be like foreclosures or defaults,
Mm-hmm.
people failing to pay back their debts kind of a thing.
Okay.
Or probably like estate sales where in the, off chance that, somebody died with debts or other deals unmitigated and have no heirs to inherit their property, the bank would take it.
Okay.
This branch is, as the Baron Oro mentioned, relatively new, so they probably don't got a lot of stock of property here. But there's some fine property back on Akunar, sir. It's very warm, sir.
No. But no, Inos will, make his pleasantries, and he'll move over to the Goldsmiths Guild.
The Goats Milfs. Okay. That's a
I'm just
different
gonna
guild.
go Gold Milf's Guild.
Oh,
Anyway,
this is like-
the Guild Hall.
Yes.
Very much like you would expect from, honestly, how the crafter guilds work in FF14. You've got a hall. There are, the merchants and suppliers to give you raw materials and commodities.
Uh-huh.
There are also probably like a couple of, tool handlers around, like either senior journeymen or masters who will lend or sell you, the tools you need. There are workspaces. There's opportunities for you to snag clients. There are probably several apprentices or journeymen milling around waiting for contracts. And also a guild hall is a kind of place where, especially if you are a probably more, working or middle class guilder, you can catch a meal without too much fuss.
Okay.
So you arrive. Ye are greeted. Oh, and let me actually hold on. I'm thinking about it. Let me slap some names on the list.
Slap.
You know me, I like names. But yes, so you're in the guild hall.
Alrighty. Well, let's see here. So there's two things I basically want to confirm while here. One, I want to pick up a journeyman goldsmith, someone to basically work on some of the more basic applications of the jewel dragon pin, specifically the gold part and the jewel part. Let them do do the cutting at least. I'll do the polishing because I really gotta focus on the orichalcum dragon bit. That's the good shit right there. So, also, I want to find out what are the requirements for becoming a master goldsmith.
Well, so probably in that order, you hit your first question first.
Yeah.
Which is, you probably want to see, who the master in is.
Mm-hmm.
You're introduced to Zarina Arfaba, clerk and master goldsmith. You've probably met her before because you've been in and out of the city before.
Yes.
Maybe even come to the guild to do some work before. So she is local to Crown. Late 30s. Probably kind of, golden blonde hair, pulled back in a professional, braid. Got like reading glasses or like the little jeweler's eye in at all times. And again, simple, workers' clothes, smock, that kind of thing, but has the markers to adjust as a master. And it's kind of like, Inos. Good to see you in today.
So
What is your order of business?
Oh, it's good to see you as well. Sorry, hang on. I know you just put it in there. How you pronounce it? Arfaber?
Yes.
And he's like, good to see you as well, Master Arfaber. I'm here on for a bit of information and for a bit of business. I do think that I have pushed my skills to where I like to and like to know what is the requirements for becoming a master goldsmith.
That's right. Sometimes I forget. Your skills are so good. You were not brought up in our traditional apprenticeship system. Well, every trade guild has a slightly different charter. But in the Goldsmiths Guild, you have to have served as a journeyman for a number of years. Usually at least 2. She kind of, playfully narrows her eyes at you over her, like I said, her reading spectacles and says, we can take it under a credit that you have been working in this time. No, I do know that you have other pursuits. But you certainly have the skills to back it up. The second, probably more important, is that you must create a certifiable masterwork. Usually we run... applications isn't the right word, but the guild has a number of items of particularly difficult quality. Jeweled eggs, fine diadems, that sort of thing, which are, considered of an appropriate quality. But we also accept original pieces. You would have to meet the approval of 3 master ranks of the guild. And I am sure I could rustle up the other 2.
With creating this masterwork, does it have to be done individually, or am I allowed to have help, as in, another journeyman or an apprentice even?
She kind of, slight smile nods. Oh, once again, you can't be a master without a little bit of delegation. I dare say none of the ones here, including myself, have ever done any big project without the help of an apprentice or 2. The guilds normally follow a strict hierarchy, so you should be able to just grab a couple of apprentices who aren't doing anything. She kind of like peers around you into the greater hall where there's, a handful of, spindly goldsmith apprentices, probably in their mid to late teens, some older, because they haven't progressed or started later in life maybe, who are doing basic apprentice things like, sorting tools, polishing gold, making sure the little chains on those gold scales, the weight scales, are working, that sort of stuff. They're not doing anything. You could probably grab them. If you want to journeyman to a company, you'd be of the same rank, so you'd have to come to a beneficial paying agreement. What's the word those guys in Akronor are calling it? Subcontracting? Don't understand it sometimes myself. I make gold.
All right, well, that answers my second question, then. Thank you very much, Master. I shall probably be paying you and 2 others a visit here relatively
I shall
soon.
make sure that they are available. Be very pleased to see what your work is like, Sir Inos.
Thank you, Master.
She kind of, nods and goes back to sorting through her papers. Probably leans back and says, "And hey, you!" Singles out a random apprentice. But, all right, mistress. Put on a second kettle of tea. Right away, mistress.
All right. So
Scuttles away to make tea.
So Inos is going to go look around and see if he can find himself a good apprentice and journeyman goldsmith to bring back to his workshop at Torchlight Hall.
Make me a scrutinize roll. Yes.
I don't have this.
Unless you have some other sort of... I don't think just...
Oh, right, yeah.
Well, actually, it might be a little rude, but if you wanted to, start scoping out what other people are working on, I could let you roll expert goldsmith. That might be a little invasive, even as a fellow journeyman. To be like, hey, what you working on? Is it cool? Is it high enough to my standard? But you could roll that.
Honestly, I feel like rolling that because, I think that's probably more my steez. Honestly, just being
that's fair. Being maybe a little nosy, being a little invading the personal space, but it is, I think, a role that Inos would do very well at.
Yes, it will be a yes, 8d10. That's a 6d10. What the fuck, me?
Big powers.
Oh, set of 3s, it looks like.
Okay. 2 3s. All right. Sorry, I had a autocomplete problem. Yeah, you with 3s, you look around a little, and a couple of journeymen, some of whom may know you, some of whom who are not familiar faces, are probably working on contracts in the workshops or acquiring raw materials. Some of them, you know, I mean, some of it might be professional, like jealousy or protectiveness, but mostly I think it's just their, you know, they're goldsmithing, so they're working with like, you know, sizing jewelry, resizing rings, that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of delicate work. So most of them are like, oh, come on, man, I'm trying to work here, you know?
Inos is like, don't mind me, don't mind me.
But you are able to probably pick out one or two. You know, you could probably pick one of them who are sufficient quality to what you're looking for. You know, would have the experience with some of the finer jewelry, who look like they are wrapping on a project, you know, and you could probably negotiate with them. And with threes, you can eyeball, you know, and find, again, probably an apprentice or two who are hanging around, who are, you know, what they're being, you know, tasked with apprentice tasks, but they are at least doing them competently, you know.
Yes. So I would definitely like to snag a competent apprentice, and see if I can snag one of the journeymen who looks like they might be done like soon, like maybe be able to get started on the next one today soon.
All right. Let me fire off a random name for an apprentice. I have a slot in my GM notes for artisans, so this is perfect.
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 Purple. Wait, no, perfect.
Perfetto.
Purple.
I mean, I could be very stereotypical and just be like, their name is Goldschmidt. They come from a long line of Goldschmidts.
Ha 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 ha.
His name is Smith Goldstein.
Oh,
I mean,
hey.
you know, Goldschmidt is just German for goldsmith.
Oh, fuck. FGO Mats 15 is coming out.
Ooh. Yeah, let's just say the apprentice's name you grab. The name is it their first name or their last name? Don't know, but they are called Febron.
Fabron?
And yeah, God, sorry, I'm just looking at lists of names in kind of this, you know, meaning cluster, and I'm just like, well, some of these are funny, but I don't think we need to go that far. We don't need to go Klingemann. That's German for knife maker or knife smith.
That sounds like a Pokemon.
We got Loth with the 1-2.
I choose you, knife maker. Yeah.
It doesn't say, like, it goes, Katya!
Oh god, I'm just reminded of the slope of a knife.
What's that you've got there? A knife! No!
Oh, where is it? It reminds me of yeah, this one. For those in the audio viewing, it's a little dog within the Chucky outfit just running.
And then the apprentice who looks like they're about, or not apprentice, the journeyman looks like they're about done will be Goen Kovac.
Kovac.
And I would like you, if you're going to try and persuade them to take on some work, roll either haggle to discuss paiement, or probably fascinate to just be personally persuasive.
My haggle's actually pretty low. I do have 8 points in it, which brings it up to 4, which ain't great odds. So yeah, let's do fascinate. And I'll promise to pay them an exposure. No, I will actually
I
pay
made
them.
that joke
Ah,
last
so
time. I
lucky.
can't believe it's coming to fruition.
So
No.
Lucky is the devil. I see.
No, I am gonna pay them. It's just I'm just gonna not haggle about it.
Ah, good man.
And so, like, I'm working on something great. Your names will be attached to it. I'll pay you a fair wage, and if you ain't gonna take it, fuck off then. I'll do it myself.
I have a set right here. It is.
Let's see here.
I have a certain set of skills.
I do have a certain set of skills.
Yeah, it's called goldsmithing.
This is also 8.
Yes.
So
I will find you, and I will smith you.
8. I did it again. I hit the 6. Why?
You using the top row or the numpad?
Top row.
006 is.
That's even more confusing. Yes.
Yes, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe my keyboard's in a different spot than I'm used to. I don't know. Let me do that. Oh yeah, no, it is. I just realized my normal locations has a bit more to the left.
Ah, you scooched it. Okay.
Mark into the left.
Well, you've got 6s and 5s.
Oh, I do got 5.
All right. So as I said, Febron, he's probably like 15 or 16. He's a scrappy little goldsmith's apprentice. Technically, you're both guilders, so you're a journeyman. He has to listen to what you say.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Just kind of like, was fiddling with like fixing loops on a gold chain or something, and it's just like, all right, governor, all right. Where's the job? Kind of resigned. But Kovac is you bust out the, hey, I'm working on something really cool. Would you like to help me with it? Kind of like, all right, I'm interested. But, we have to pay a fair wage, fair percentage.
I will totally pay them a fair percentage out of my own pocket. Yeah. But
what is your wealth level?
5.
Yeah, you're good. Making sure they got room and board for like what, week tops?
Week tops, yeah. Listen, if we finish this up, I got more projects I might need to do, so I'll probably need.
That's fair, for like, they calculate entourage with soldiers, but a month's a month's rations and simple lodgings is like wealth 1 and wealth 2 respectively.
Do we have space over at Torchlight Hall?
I mean, they'll probably have to like bunk in your workshop, but yeah, you could roll out the cot. Kovac is probably technically like, though still a journeyman, is probably still like a couple of years older than you. I've got a place in town.
Okay, if he got the place in town, no, I'm not gonna worry about it. But I'll make sure to.
I sleep in the guild hall, mister.
Yeah, you
Hi,
can.
I'm Febron. I'm scrappy.
He sounds like he's a few steps away from being asked what day is it, and then he'll reply, "Christmas, sir."
It's a Tuesday, mate. What's wrong with you?
Oh God, no.
But
You haven't played Knifey Fingers before, mate? We're getting more urchin-like as I was. Go on.
So
No.
Well, does he like stay at a cot in the guild hall?
Yeah, probably as an apprentice. Yes.
All right, no, he can sleep in the fucking workshop.
It's probably not the best lodgings.
Probably better meals though.
Yeah, we'll feed. I'll feed these lads.
Yep.
All right.
And again, they're goldsmiths, so they're probably not like blacksmith apprentices, or they're not built like brick walls.
Mm-hmm.
It's gold is heavy. It's a very dense metal, but like they're probably spindly, small hands. Lots of staring through like I said, magnifiers and stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
So, I'll tell the apprentice to, well, it's still about, what, mid-morning, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell them to report to Torchlight Hall in the Gold District. What bell is after, like, what bell is, like, 1 o'clock?
We would just say first bell after noon, I think.
Yeah, first bell after noon.
Supposed to be. Yeah. All right. Oh, and actually, I should say, because we talked through the mechanics of the loan, not the narrative. What you've probably got right now in your pocket, Inos, is like a promissory note.
Yeah.
Probably for you to cash out, when you're ready to go home, and that means that Lucy's gonna have her boat loaded up with big stunking boxes full of treasure.
And that's gonna be a interesting time. We're gonna make sure I have to load those on the fucking down low.
Yeah, you're gonna because it is a loan, but it is gonna be in treasure, so it's probably gold bullion or gold coin.
We're probably gonna have to split up between the other ship that's coming.
There is
That
no
actually
other
might be a
ship.
good idea. Actually,
Yeah.
didn't you say you wanted to bring the second ship?
Yes, I did.
I don't recall this.
I thought Leslok said he wanted the slower boat full of men.
Yeah, that's all our actual guard.
Okay.
They're
I remember
probably
that being-
still like 4 or 5 days out.
I can't, like I said, I can't really qualify on my memory because apparently Dallas was right and he did sneak out to the Iron District. Someone else remembered.
Excellent. I knew I
just
did.
I just remember you doing anything though.
I do remember us talking about
No, I
second
didn't do
boat,
shit.
but I don't remember actually 100% confirming it. So
I am pretty sure, especially since not that Axe's memory is perfect either, but since Axe remembers asking for it, I'm pretty sure that he did say he would like it.
I also remember Lucky making sure I actually said yes, I want to do this.
Yeah,
I
that
do
says to me that
remember
I
that
think he
too.
did actually have that moment. Like I said, that boat probably won't show up for another like 4 or 5 days. It'll probably be like around the time the actual festival gets underway, because it is a larger, slower boat. You guys didn't stay that long in Tron, but so I'm pretty sure that the audience can fact check us once again. But yes, the boat. That may be a larger, slower, better guarded boat. Maybe a better spot for it. But yes, so right now you've got promissory note,
All right. I'll make
line
sure
of credit, that kind of stuff.
make sure that gets to Leslok here. But after that, Inos will go shopping for some better clothes.
All right. What sort of style are you looking for?
Oh, definitely something fancy but more casual. Let's see here.
Maybe a little. Well, are you still going for an outfit for like the oath taking ceremony, or just your general purpose outfit?
No, this would be my outfit for the oath taking ceremony.
All right, so if you want to be a little more casual, a little more flashy, probably slightly shorter coat tails. Give yourself some wiggle room. Maybe don't go for like the black tie, but go for like extra scarf flair with your veil.
Yeah. Go my veil. Go heavy.
You could probably wear the Highland bonnet with your horns. I don't know if you can pull off a tricorn hat.
Probably
horns?
not. Do I have to wear a hat?
It is normally part of the dress code, but you do have horns, so you might be able to swing it.
I'd rather go without a hat. Go without a hat, more scarf than black tie. Maybe have my clothes be a little more. I'm not trying to say like I'm trying to be discourteous, but going for more. Like I said, I'm going for more casual wear. There's a fucking business casual. Thank you.
Ah, yes, business cash.
For more than full business. So shorter coat. Shorter coat. Nice
Go
scarf.
for like a scarf rather than like the tight ascot and the tight tie kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not so much on the, even though you could afford it, not so much on the like gold and silver embroidered threads and stuff, you know?
Nah, yeah, no. I'll go very light on the embroidery and stuff. I'll probably spice it up with a bit more jewelry though. I'll put some jewelry. I'll put a few rings on my horns.
Yeah.
Few rings on my horns. Wear some nice silver earrings. I won't have like the brass knuckles of rings, but I'll wear like several silver rings on each hand. And
Even though your chain isn't fancy yet, loop your weighted chain around your belt.
if I can get away with that.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's one, it's just a chain loop, but also it is accepted accessories to carry a sword to this.
Okay, then yeah. Then I'll totally wear that as well.
You guys will probably have to check your pistols at the door because that's not.
Yeah.
Holsters are not yet part of the formal dress code.
If it isn't set, a big reminder for Leslok to wear the family sword, special one.
Yeah, I don't actually know.
I don't think I can do
Leslok
because I think that was like the
brought
size of my
besides-
body.
No.
Is it?
Flambert's a long sword.
It's just massive because it's a dragon bone.
No, that's a different one.
Oh, it is?
No, there's two.
Yeah.
There's two different swords. One is the one that he's presenting, which is the guts ass sword that he can't use, and the other one is the one is Flamber, which you should have on him. Which is
I'm keeping it
the
at all times.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
times
that's
noted.
the one we got from.
Okay, or
Yeah.
What
Whatever.
was above our fireplace?
Yes. Furcrawl, the two-handed sword made with dragon bone was above your fireplace.
I want
Where
Konrad to
maybe-
wield it, but that's a different thing.
Well, you can tell Konrad, you could grant him the power to wield it, but you should probably do that after the ceremony.
Yeah, it's
because,
after. Yes.
Did a little research. Basically, how this is going to work, you would know with your super high graces, maximum grace level.
It is maximum
there.
graces. I keep
Yeah,
saying this.
you will be expected to swear this oath over a relic. Normally, the palace keeps some very lovely printings of the Septa script around for this, but I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a Konrad and Logesh maybe bust up your ancestral sword granted to ye by the High King and swear your oath upon that, which will be
Yeah.
very symbolic.
Yeah,
I'd say.
it's a good plan.
Yes. All right. Okay. Anything else, Inos, you want to do while you're in the high street, the shopping street of the Gold District?
The shopping street. Went to the bank. Went to the goldsmith. Got my fancy clothes. I think I'm pretty good on casual clothes. Inos isn't a noble, so he can get away with dressing down a little bit.
Yeah, technically, I think your highest formal rank is as a journeyman goldsmith. So
Yeah.
you can. So long as you display your craft guild affinity, you can get away with like I said, dressing down simple smock, simple tunic, apron,
Yeah.
work gloves, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you know what? Sure. I'll since we're here, is the Clockworks Guild on the high street?
Yeah, they'd be in town. They'd probably have a small guild hall, which is probably more of a storefront than a guild hall. But yeah, would be an official outpost of the Clockmakers Guild.
I'll see if Master Baroque is in.
No, Master Baroque is not in, sadly. He is still in Achenar. It seems he has not come again this year.
Oh, okay.
But if you wish to leave any messages for him.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Just to see if, random happenstance. Just to see if it would random line. All right. Okay. Well, that's different. So, no, I think that's it for Enos. Enos will probably head back because he needs to go drop off this... promissory note. And probably talk to the debutantes.
All right, then, last man in the terms of the morning slot, Konrad.
Yep.
You're not left home alone because the general rule of force is that nobody is, alone anywhere. But it's probably just you, you know, probably one of the elder Farans, you know, either the steward or the sergeant at arms stays behind. You know, Mattias Gladwin probably went with Nicola.
That's fine.
Let's see. Would Inos have objected to an escort?
No, I wouldn't have objected.
All right. In that case, because Logesh was with Leslok, Everhelm Faran probably went with you just just make sure you don't get in trouble, mate.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. You never know when the what is it? How do we pronounce it? We don't call it the straight Inquisition. We call it the
Inquisitorius.
yeah.
It's Latinate term.
Yeah, the Inquisitor just might decide to snatch me off the streets.
I'd have
Also
to have a few
snake
cross words
pulse.
with them. Yes, well, we don't talk about that part.
Yes, but I will say Inos has been going around, veiled. So
Yeah. Which is good. That's why you haven't been mobbed in the street.
yes,
On the one hand, great way to make money. On the other hand, somebody might try and just roll you in a carriage.
I just imagine that fucking creepy noble from
Carriage Duction.
from fucking Radiant Dawn.
Yeah, there were a couple of greasy guys in that game.
oh
Who-
no,
who
Inos has been
just had
demon
the
napped.
bird guy in the the bird guy in the cage. What was his name?
Yeah, the guy who saw his religious experience.
All right, but yes, Konrad, you're holding down the fort. What's up with you?
He would definitely be working to make sure that Logesh's armor looks all nice and not necessarily sparkly, but gain out all the dents and replacing the straps and all that stuff. So he looks like a proper chevalier.
What level of armor do you own, Logesh?
I'm pretty sure most of it is on the cusp of heavy, but not heavy. Let me double check here on my sheet. Full helm, breastplate, steel gauntlet, steel greaves.
Yeah, so yeah, just basically like, at this point probably basically like half plate. So yeah, no, plenty of room for a little polishing. Get a little rust out in case either some damp got in there while it was in shipping, or God knows, Leslok may have worn it while you wandered out in the sea spray. So yeah, no roll required. You can spend probably an hour or so, detailing it and have it nice and sparkly.
See what else. He probably then see to his own clothing that he has stored. I'm assuming that he probably has, compared to some of the other people that haven't been back in like a couple of years, like Konrad has been back in the capital fairly often, so his wardrobe is probably pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna actually mention that Inos probably is pretty good mostly on clothes since he is back every year.
Yes, no, that's fair, and that would totally be a thing if you were visiting frequently, which you two were. All right, yeah.
Then
Like I said,
spend some
you
time
probably
with
have,
Ignis and Loth, his pets.
Yep. There's not a formal rookery on the premises, but there is probably a nice little. Generally, would call it a bird house because it's much bigger than that. But like a
Probably
bird
on my
shed.
on the balcony for the room I usually use.
Yeah, got some space. Covered cages so we can hang out and roost. Ignis
So she
runs
can
in the
go
yard.
fly around the city and bring back things she finds that are sparkly.
Mm-hmm. So you keep making pocket change that way.
I know, it's hers. She doesn't let me take it.
Angry corvid noises. But yes,
Matter of fact.
so you're all settled in. Anything else you'd like to accomplish before these guys get back? Probably, to be
I'm
ready.
assuming
for
that
lunch
everyone will probably be back for lunch, so
Yes.
nothing before that.
All right, you guys, like I say, reconvene around luncheon time. probably a little before Inos specifically gets back, a couple of, goldsmiths do, rattle up to the front gate. Your footmen give them the professional squinty eye. I'm doing that thing where I'm leaning my chin back and looking down my nose like, But,
What, they show up early?
yeah, you said what, after lunch?
Yeah, hour.
They're probably, like, noon and stuff. I think, maybe just, I've already forgotten his name. Febron. Because I believe you told him to gather some stuff and come by, so he's probably moved your stuff up.
Okay.
But yes, it's luncheon time. You're all back together. You want to talk about anything?
Well, I do want to inquire what the rest of our plans are for the day. Inos does want to go to the club later tonight around 9 p.m. See what that's all about. But that
I
leaves
second that.
that leaves us basically all the afternoon and evening to take care of stuff. So does anyone have any plans right off the bat?
I don't think Logesh has anything planned for the moment. Like, he could go visit people he knows, but I think he'd save that for later.
All right.
Paz mentioned that she'd be in the archives, correct?
Yes.
Yep, hanging around the archives of Royal Forges.
Yeah, then I would probably be heading to the archives.
All right.
I don't have anything else in mind, unfortunately.
Excellent. Then you will come have tea with me with Baron Oro.
All right, then.
We will go visit.
I make the sign of the cross at him.
Oh, wait.
What even would that be? Would it be like a? I guess it'd be like a serpent of a crown.
So
Yeah,
I
you
just had a
probably
moment
draw
where
a serpentine or like a 7 in the air or something. Anyway,
I had a moment where me, the player character, went have fun, and then just went, oh wait, the character would go with Leslok to.
Yes,
show
no,
his
I
teeth.
love this for you. Logesh says have fun, and then he's like, wait.
I'm coming with you.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna go with.
So
I'll stay here and maybe show the our family some rest of the town while you guys are away.
yeah, but
Enjoy that.
before we all head off, I do want to ask all our young debutantes, like, I know a few people. Inos will talk about how he knows a few people here, and he can get set up some meeting and greeting and some social visits, and basically wants to know it's like if they want Inos to do a round of introductions for them, or do they just want to wait until the Blossom Festival and they get midst of the conversations of the contest and stuff.
Well, I'll take a second.
Yep.
I think. Well, it's funny. I'm just in my mind. I'm like looking at the NPC list, and I'm like, okay, so there's going to be probably what we would call a round of deferrals, where like I think Alestra's gonna look to her older brother Nicola, like for what he thinks. Your one Wayland seems a little more social, and she seems to think to herself to like open her mouth and volunteer, but you did assign her to be Aurelia's lady in waiting, so she like pauses and like a side glance at Aurelia, kind of a thing. Thorin and Huron kind of like look back and forth. For those two, for the two lads, Inos, you're probably gonna have to employ your best judgment because, they're teenage lads.
They're teenage lads.
Man.
All right.
They don't fucking know.
They don't.
With what Nicola said in mind, inviting her to the Royal Archives as well. To look around. She would probably kind of like hedge isn't the right word. You know, she's a future head of house. Of a cadet branch even. You know, and one of House Logi's distant cousins. Probably be like, yes, formal introductions would probably be for the best. Not today, I think. You know, double checks with Nicola there.
Oh. Oh, no. We're gonna I'll send out the letters today before we head out to the oral compound and see if we can get something arranged for tomorrow, the day after.
Well, that'd be quite all right, Master Inos. Thank you.
Okay. So.
I feel like let's see. No, I think Aurelia's gonna, not in so many words, say she wants to be a little extra. She would be like, I would prefer to make an impression. Though, don't, kind of touches Erwin on the shoulder. Don't sit on my account, Lady Wayland. I'm sure that perhaps there are like-minded people Huron and Thorin could find. I just imagine Huron rattles around like, no, don't throw me under the bus.
That is what you are made for.
What is my purpose? To be thrown under the bus? My God.
And
So yes, Inos can interpolate that one, I think, any way he likes.
I mean, if you guys aren't sure, you'll get to meet plenty of people in a few days when the festival.
I would assume my sister would probably have already met Paz Oro.
When?
Yeah,
Or
but
at least
probably.
because haven't we invited her to the castle? Like,
We did. But again, I want
Okay.
you to define this and not just throw it out
well,
there.
no, okay, because I would have probably insisted my sister have met her.
Okay, there we
Because
go.
they're both non-socially focused semi-nerds of a similar age group, and they both have a habit of hitting Nicola upside the head.
I think you're just
Masturbating.
using these characters to fulfill your abuse fetish here, my dude.
I do not have a no.
I was waiting for that to be no. As in like
No.
KNOW.
That is a no.
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
think
Remember when we were
that-
talking about how Nicola might have a thing for negging?
Yeah, but these characters are like 13.
Yeah, I
And we
know,
all
but
know
I'm
that
noticing
that's
you're
one
having a
with-
lot of characters hit your character.
I believe
I
they're
don't mean actually
older than 13 now.
I'll be very clear. I don't mean actually hitting Nicola upside the head. I mean emotionally hitting Nicola upside the head.
So, emotional
Like,
abuse.
Physically.
I don't like this
Well,
theory
hey,
you posited.
you
This is the character you've created. Basically, and most characters that you speak to usually try to hurt Nicola in some way or fashion. You're like, yes. This is what
I
you've
feel like-
done.
I might have to rethink my character. Hold on.
I think you just want people to give Nicola a hard time, but don't think about it that far enough.
put upon Nicola.
He's here for a hard
No.
time, not a good time. Wait, no, they're both.
Do stop.
This is got.
Am I wrong though? What we've seen though.
Anyway,
no,
I didn't mean to put Dallas on the spot right there, but I guess I
Well,
did.
he
I
has-
think you
he
might
has
have put
admit-
him a little bit on the spot.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
he
yeah, a
has
little
admitted
bit
that
on the
he's like-
spot, but
We'll move the light. Okay. To clarify, Paz's temperament is that she's probably not physically violent with anybody, even as a joke. I don't know. Putting up with Nicola-ness, I feel like Alestra has to have kicked him in the shins at least once in her life. Just because somebody sometimes needs to push him into stuff. But no. Yes. If the Logi locker. If Paz has visited Stonehearth, which I don't think we like firmly established, but
Yeah, I
she
don't remember hearing
probably
about it.
could have done so very briefly in summer. But it is quite a long way to do the traversal.
If she hasn't been to Stoneheart, then I would have at least. I definitely mentioned.
Oh yeah,
like,
no.
Paz
She would
knows
know
her.
about your sister because I'm certain that Nicola could not shut the fuck up.
No.
No, I remember I know Inos invited the Oro family to
That's what it was. I don't know if they
Yeah, it
actually
might have been
met.
what it
Stonehearth,
was,
but I don't
yeah.
actually know if they
Yeah.
ever.
No,
like-
I don't think they've had an opportunity because you guys have been out almost as much as you've been in certain seasons.
Yes.
I apologize.
No, it's fair. It's good to double check. It's been like freaking.
My memory is
Is the
apparently.
sixth session since we did the time? Like 5 or
Hey,
6?
as Lucky mentioned earlier, you were correct about sneaking out, so we can miss things.
No, it's like no one's memory is
Yeah.
great apparently.
I don't blame anyone for not remembering that, considering I literally was like, I'm sneaking out, Teenage Rebellion. Oh fuck, what do? I don't really want to do anything.
Yeah, this was the discussion point in that episode. We were like, "Did you sneak out?" Was it like, I don't recall this because I don't think you did anything. Did you actually go out?
Yeah, I did.
Because he
It turns
could.
out you snuck up, but you didn't do anything.
All right.
Nope.
Okay. Anyway.
Yep.
Sorry. Let's refocus.
Anyway.
Gotta figure out where we are. And I'm gonna warn the crew. I had slightly goofy sleep last night,
Oh no,
so I don't know how much juice I got in the can, but
he's all yucked up.
I do gotta refill my bottle of water, I think, before we go on for post lunch. But that was the discussion of like gonna bring Alestra with Nicola to go see Paz. Konrad said to be sure that everybody's gonna see people during the festival. Is there any other discussion-y points about your afternoon schedule?
No. Enos is gonna get the goldsmith settled in and get them started working. He'll write a few notes to probably Oro and House of Oro and Marin. Verity has not shown up, so
Nope, they're not in yet.
they're not in yet. And unfortunately, I don't think he's really that close with any other houses right yet.
Fair enough.
I think in terms of Logesh's case, he would probably just, send a letter out to the Espada siblings to the Crown Prince, asking if they would like to hang out at some point, like when would work for them. But more often than not, he'd probably go back to studying the books and the places of power because this seems like a big deal, and I think, and the more we learn about these things, the better.
Aren't you going out?
Yeah, aren't you going to?
You're going to bang the Oro place with.
Right? Never mind. So after lunch, those letters will be written and sent, and then Logesh will be dragged along. Never mind.
He's got it.
Remember, you
I
did
just
sign
want
up
to
for
say
this.
there's great comedic potential here because it's gonna be like Inos is gonna pull Leslok into a social function, and like the two of them have to remind Logesh, "Hey, now you're coming with us, right?" As Logesh is like, "But wait, my book." Probably very, very different vibes than you've had over the past few years. All right.
It's a thing of like you've said that to me before, so how about you return the favor?
Well, actually, no. It's Leslok on the receiving end of like. So this is what it's like when I tell them, "No, I'm reading my books."
Well, you may or may not bump into a few of those people when you go to the Oro compound. But fun fact, just to let them know. Enos, you would know from either some of the letters you received, some of the stuff the prince said when you were talking in your ride up, or the little gossip rag you have. House Oro, oddly enough, in terms of personal entourage, the Baron's come a little slim.
Oh, really?
Just his second wife, Baroness Naya, is here, along with Paz. The aforementioned small army of cousins of marriageable age who have appealing
Hello?
looks and wealth.
Yes.
I mean, Loth said hello like he was having bigger trouble or something. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Loth, can you hear
Well, I
us?
did say it was.
I think he got a
Ooh, that
phone
sounds
call.
like no. Loth did say it was raining heavily at him, and that might interfere with his hearing.
Mhm.
Don't know if that's Nope. Yeah, he's.
Oh,
Oh, there he
he's
goes.
here.
Okay, he came back.
Hello, are you alive?
But he came back.
Oh, but he's still dead.
Yeah, it seems like the connection's not good. Okay. Well, then I will pause the audio recording anyway and go run and fill my water, and do this when I come back instead.
I will also be back.
Pausing recording.
So I have.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying I have unpaused the recording.
Yes, samesies. Took me a second to double check that it was paused, but okay, we're going.
Alive.
I'm back.
Sorry if I
Wait,
pause
I
a
guess-
little and get out there.
I was just make a deal of like, Nicola might be an avoiding kind of person, but I guess you should think about not considering he's an outcast position of
Anyway,
an actual royal staff.
yeah, it's true. Also, we're back. We're going. Sorry. Well, I lost my train of thought for a second. I was gonna say, it's not even directly game-related comment, but I was gonna say that if I seem slightly distracted somewhat, in addition to being a little tired, also, I don't know why my jaw's kind of sore,
Jolly
which
Ranchers?
is a little awkward when I have to speak so much, but we'll get through it. I took some ibuprofen just now. That should loosen me up for a few hours. Okay, so before Loth had a little bit of a technical glitch, because you guys were double checking a few things. Trying to find a couple people. House Oro, like I said, the Baron has brought a smaller group with him, but it seems to have brought some extra, cousins and so on for matchmaking. Inos will be happy to hear that Noctiluca Rearmouse has showed up.
Oh, I am excited for that.
Tiguri Lampago is also here. They are both kind of informally supposed to be escorting Paz, though obviously, as you know from the way the Baron and Paz talked about it, they're not like hovering her or anything.
Mhm.
But also, word on the street is that actually, honestly, the Lampago house has kind of showed up in force. Their lord, Leontios, was brought with the Baron, and his younger sister, Leonesse, is here apparently as Lady Bijou's cavalier.
Oh.
But the Lord of House Hamada has also come, Tunk Hamada. But in addition to Paz, obviously, House Oro also has Noctiluca's younger brother, Vaclan Rearmouse, as well. Comrade spin out if Comrade would spin out a letter to Miltius Emmet, he has not come this year.
Okay. Am I correct in thinking that was it House Egg hasn't arrived yet?
Yes, House Ech has not
Yeah.
come in yet.
All right. I was pretty sure. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm gonna be honest, I really kind of wish we'd done the egg way now.
Why? You got some pressing business at House Ech? Holy shit, my
Well, just to know why they're taking so long.
They're taking so long because they got to leave the same route as you, but more north.
True.
And they don't
Yeah.
maybe not be
I don't
taking
even
a
know if
half.
they've got as good a boats as you.
Yeah.
So that's why. Like Verity is probably not too far behind because you knew they were assembling, a group to leave when you were there, and you have a little bit less time to go. But obviously, also, hadn't departed yet. Where was I? Yes. But yeah, so you got a couple of extra higher ranking autos in there.
Okay.
You also wanted to, just casual note of the Marin family. They've also kind of turned up in force, but in a different way. You noted they had several of their higher quality ships in port,
Mhm.
Including the Baroness's personal charge, the Vipera. According to news, the twins are in the house, and the younger sister is most of the other young people in House Marin are away, attending to their various duties, though apparently Aspel Biscon is here as well. She seems to kind of fill an informal role as Cavalier to the twins. Though, again, they're twins, so they kind of,
Are
Cavalier
each
for
other's
each other.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I think, you've known about them and interacted with them long enough over the past 3 years. You understand that, that sometimes the twins get into trouble because the twins think something is funny or interesting that maybe they shouldn't. So Biscon is kind of there to reel them back in.
I know it's their best quality.
Lady Corba hasn't come, but her heir, Niles, is here. He is another adept of the Order of Navigator, so you can assume he is an apprentice Wind Witcher. Wind Witchery, Chim Chim Churi. Wow, that took a while to percolate.
I don't know why. Yeah, no, that did get me.
Delayed breaking Loth.
I was just kind of surprised because there was silence for a second while I'm just, filling air while I'm scrolling, and then I hear the
The
giggles
microphone
bubbling
didn't
up.
pick up my initial laughter.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But apparently he and the younger sister, Ilarion, are being escorted by the heir to House Celeste, which is the branch of House Marin. You have not met, but she is Camadia Celeste, who is known as some sort of duelist type person. House Celeste, you guys would probably know, those of you who, pay attention to these kind of things. They're kind of an oddball branch of House Marin. They're a cadet branch that was founded by a founder who specialized in working out signal lantern technology. Probably invented, whatever the Tricoron version of semaphore lantern code is, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're known for being night sailors.
Oh.
Like specialists in sailing during the evening. So they're a little odd. They're a little strange. And there are, again, several, if you eyeball their combat at any point, there are several captains and flag officers going in and out, including the Lord of House Wake as well. But yes, it seems like some number of the other ones you guys, would have met before are out and about navying. In the Navy. Let me see. Yeah, a couple of messages skedoodling out to the Ainara, the Espadas in general. And
Well, so long as no one gets assassinated this year.
Yes, but Inos will write out letters to... Well, actually, I don't need to write one out to House Aura. I'll just ask him myself when I get there.
yeah, just show up.
And Nicola's going to the archive to see Paz. So yeah, I'll write one to House Marin to see if they would be interested in having a meeting of the young debutantes before the festivities fully begin. Or not. It is up to them. I do not necessarily mind either way. I have plans for further down the road regardless. But I think it'd be good to get them interacting sooner rather than later. More chances for them to bond, whether in one way or another.
Yeah. Put it up there.
Right, my headset cut out a little bit right when you were talking about the Espadas.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just mentioning you were writing some notes to them.
Yeah.
I did, jot down that House Bowen does not appear to be part of Ferretti's crew, but Cadron Woodrose would be here because his sister is still out. Interestingly enough, Count Ferretti is doing a little bit of a different vibe than he usually does. He has brought no acknowledged illegitimate children. Mostly, the young Lord Egan has come, and actually both of his wives have come.
Oh.
First Lady Mary Lori Ferretti, and more recent Tara Ferretti, and his younger daughter Eglantine, which is a hell of a name. But apparently, sorry, my notes says this. The Count appears to have forgone a show of strength for a show of economics. He's brought Lady Laurel, Lady Quatrefoil, and her daughter, who you were briefly introduced to last time in the pro, I think. The younger Miss Quatrefoil. And the Lord of House Mulberry as well.
But
Mulberry.
So you said Rowena and Yvette are not in attendance?
Yeah.
Okay. Shame, I'll have to send Yvette a letter.
There is a member of a house you guys have not had much chance to meet with. The young heir to House... yeah, they're Freddy. It's probably Shar, not Char.
Is his name Asnable?
No, Pawan Shar.
Ah, okay.
House Shar is Sigil of the Unicorn. They're for some southern plainlands. They're one of those houses that used to be a lot more important in the balance of power in their high house, but since their hat was cavalry and especially charioteering, which has not been relevant since at least one Great War ago, they're kind of like military and economic influences in the decline. But obviously, they still have some good pasture land, so they're still, producing. But they're a more minor house. But yes, it's there. The Espadas are in an interesting state. So I think I mentioned this before, but both Rodrigo and Ainara are there. Paloma's already intended to the capital, so she stayed here basically the whole time. It has been reported to you, I think the prince even may have mentioned it, that Lord Espada is currently away. Like, his family is here and he will be there for the festival, but he, at least this morning, wasn't in at the compound. You're not sure what business could be keeping him, but, well, Chancellor has many things. The retainers he has, the Lord has sent ahead is now the actual Lord of House Levin. Somewhere in the intervening 3 years, that Lord Taranus Levin's father did actually retire. If you recall those jokes from the Royal Breakfast where he said that his father insisted he will be retiring next season. It happened, finally. Also, heads of House Uriet and House Sid, Lord Geraldo Sid and Akika Uriet. Heirs to House Escuchan and House Levin are present, as well as, the various Espadas you've met. So, seems like he's got a few more men-at-arms around the compound than usual. Kind of some of those rumors we booked in already. And thus leaving the only house you guys aren't dropping any letters on, poor House Cheval. All the land and pomp in the world, but House Logi doesn't want to hang out with them because they're all about horses.
To be fair, I hang out with one member of House Cheval. It just happens to be the prince's attendant.
Yeah. Like, Logesh would be on friendly, or at least acquaintances terms with her, but it's just like looking at her like, "You're cool. I don't want the prince to murder me in my sleep for getting too close to you."
I think that... Never mind.
See, Nicola has the opposite. I don't want you to murder me in my sleep for getting too close to the prince.
It both applies.
With our powers combined.
We won't get murdered.
Probably not sending her a note when he arrives, but he probably has now and then actually sent a letter to the Duchess of House Cheval, because he did attend her class originally during the festival, and he would probably now and then ask for winners of breeding of animals.
That's fair. And actually, honestly, I don't know. Like, this is slightly retconny because I don't think I'd established the term before. But it's not directly under House Cheval, it's under one of the cadet branches, but I am slowly writing my notes of what every named banner house and cadet branches, hat is. There is a school in Grassy in Cheval's province, which is the Collegia Tactica, which is probably like the premier military school in Troy Corone. I don't know if Konrad, during the time skip time would have had any time to actually study there, but
He might have
you
at least visited and considered
Yeah.
attending. So
yeah, that would probably be something that would again be a subject of correspondence with the mistress of the horse, the king's cavalier, the Duchess.
Oh my God. I do have a question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, he has many of them, and it's always hard to keep on which is which. Is the Oro wife that is in attendance the professor?
No, that's Bijou Oro.
Okay.
That is
Look,
Aren's
there's a lot of wives.
They're not married. That's his cousin. She's a
Right.
born member of House of Wayne.
Right. I'm so bad at names.
She's not his wife yet.
No, Wayne. Hold on.
Sir.
for that is slander.
Did you dare invoke Sweet Home Alabama?
I see you call for defamation.
Also, no, it's not Sue in court. Perhaps you'd like to back up your words with steel.
A duel.
4,000
Anyway.
gauntlets juggled. Everybody just starts juggling gauntlets. No. Okay, so I think that addresses most of our questions of letter scribbling. As yes, I have hopefully distributed a couple of characters that are not here, and some characters that are here, and some characters that are new. But while after lunch you're taking this brief moment to, like I said, sketch out a few of these letters, pass them on to couriers, Inos, has to take a second to get his, goldsmithing crew set up. There is a briefeth, scuffle even, at thine door, at the head of the compound. Yeah, so you guys hear probably not like outright yelling, but probably sounds of like a challenge, somebody talking low back, and then your gate opens up. Like I said, there's a little bit of a scuffle towards the front of the compound.
Well, if no one's going to say anything, I guess I'll go investigate.
All right, Logesh starts investigating. I was about to start saying the scuffle starts moving from your front yard, into your foyer.
They do the Looney Tunes thing. The smoke cloud of fighting comes towards us.
Again, not actual sounds of fighting, but like getting towards raised voices and stuff. And Logesh is probably stepping up. You kind of hear one of your generic footmen kind of be like, wait up! You kind of buy you got to be announced. And you hear a woman's voice kind of be like, "Don't worry, they'll know me."
Oh.
Logesh doesn't really recognize this voice, but you actually popping out, you can probably like get to the front door. Trailing, like I said, a couple of bemused footmen who look slightly mussed, I would say. Haven't really been struck, but you get the impression they may have been moved out of the way. There is a woman approaching, a lady. She's got kind of tanned skin, dark hair pulled back in a very tight bun, but kind of hazel eyes. She's wearing a long, like leather duster type coat. Not exactly a duster because that's not quite the fashion, but you know what I mean. Long traveling cloak, boots. She's got kind of a hand and a half sword like slung over a shoulder, but is wearing two short swords at her belt. Just kind of walks in. Like I said, you look out. Logesh, because you're the only one who responded at this time.
You keep saying that, but did you want the spindly people to go out and check?
No, I'm just saying. I hear Dallas muttering. I'm just like, well, Dallas, I don't think you're here.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm just muttering.
Okay, you are allowed to mutter in peace.
Okay. Hold on, sorry. Just trying to get in the right mood for this. Okay.
Yeah.
Logesh will walk up, step in front of her walk path, and just say, "Pardon me. Proper protocol dictates that you would be announced. Who are you to barge in to our compound like this
Kind
and
of,
cause a scene?"
stops up, kind of, she is taller for a woman, but probably not quite as tall as Logesh. Logesh isn't as broad as Konrad, I don't think, but you're pretty tall.
Oh,
right?
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, so she kind of like leans her head back a little, kind of stops, but kind of bounces back and forth on her heels and just kind of looks you up and down and says, "Oh, I see. You're a little tall. You've got to be Wulfric's boy? What was your name again? No, you're not Leslok, you're the other one, Logesh. I
Yeah, the other
can't believe
one.
they've done that to you. Sorry. Moira Dejan, nice to meet you.
Yep. Fencing master, duelist, age 37, from the journals of Leofric Logi.
Yeah, but I had a feeling it was one of the comrades.
Hi, nice to meet you. Moira Dejan. One of the footmen is like, "Come on, master, don't worry, Lord Logesh, I'll take care of this." She just kind of like casually throws out an arm and kind of like catches where this guy's pike is and just like, "Don't worry about it, bud. Go back to your post."
Sir, hold on. Because you can probably hear my voice like immediately, like he's like what was it? The footman's like, "I'll stop her," and it's like, "No, that's a bad
Leslok.
idea." My friend.
Put a stop to this and invite her in, please.
Did you mean
Where
less
are you
on,
making
it's
a
getting good.
statement, Inos, from? Would you like to be creeping about in the windows?
Yes, I would have gone up to a window if I could see from there.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Nicola's hella peeking out a window.
So
Very far away.
yes,
No,
no. Logesh would invite her in upon hearing who she is. Would tell the guardsman to stand down, old family friend, and then graciously invite her in.
Kind of, tugs at the lapels of her coat, and it's like, "Oh, it's nice to be appreciated. Nice to see there's still some manners left in this house." Yes, I know, it's very ironic. Yeah, she'll follow you into the foyer where, I would assume if Leslok is going to follow Enos's advice from yonder window, yes, you'll start trotting down, and then you are met with the woman I have described previously. She kind of like points and is like, "Ah, that one's Leslok. Got it. Okay."
Omega, would Leofric had drawings of the people he's with, or are they more just writings?
He's just putting tiny stick figures in the margins.
No, not like that. He's talking like sketches. Actually, maybe. Maybe not Leofric himself, but in his journals, he might have had a couple of sketchings of some people. Like Kanti could have done some like embellishments and such. The depictions, like the verbal descriptions and sketches you would have seen, you would not have any like painted miniatures or anything of this woman in particular. The descriptions you would have had would have been from obviously probably like, approximately 19 years ago, 20-ish years ago. So,
Back when she was around our ages.
yeah, a little bit of a, young Spitfire. This is obviously, a full-grown, woman. She's got a couple of like, I don't know if I mentioned them. She's got a couple of like light scars on her face to show. clearly, kind of like walking with experience. Very much projecting the casual vibe of like, the confidence that she feels she could fight anybody in this room.
I have something in mind just to like sort it through.
Well, just in case, as soon as we walk in and Leslok and assumingly anyone else who wants to be there shows up in the foyer, I can't do a good job of it, but Logesh would announce our honored guest here and any accomplishments he remembers from any of Leofric's journals. I just can't off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's fair. You don't need to make anything up. It hasn't been
Thank you.
discussed, but she's just like, oh, good, you've heard of me. I'll make this easier.
I think Leslok will go up to her and be like, Madame Degen, welcome to Torchlight Hall. I know it has been quite a while since we've seen a family, but what's the reason for your visit?
She kind of grimaces a little when you say madam, and she's like, oh, don't phrase it like that, son. You'll make me sound old.
Apologies.
Just Moira or Degen is fine.
All right,
Kind
Moira.
of, for the first time showing maybe a little bit of like chagrin, she like, taps one of her boot tips on the ground and kind of like maybe nervously like tucks a lock of her hair back into the bun. Is like, Leofric didn't really stand much on circumstance. Moira's fine. I guess you could say, Master Degen if you really want to be formal, but also don't do that. That sounds weird. Nah. I'm here for two things. It's very simple. I heard on a grapevine that, let's see, that would be your full sister. Yeah, that one. Aurelia. She's looking for a cavalier. I'm here to apply. My resume, gestures to self. Second thing, well, it's a little awkward to say, I'm gonna be honest, but, with, recent-ish tragedies, sorry, the news took a little while to reach me. I was, taking a, what's the word, sabbatical in Lagartia for a little bit. Long story, I can tell it later. Preferably over a mug of ale. Actually, I don't suppose you've still got any of the good rum in the liquor cabinet, huh? It's fine. I'll go bother Coraline for it. Never mind. But yeah, I was indisposed along with a lot of the rest of the old git. And, well, I'll be honest, weren't right. He was a good man. Wasn't proper for him to be done in like that. And I'm here to return to the family and help out.
It really wasn't, and that's a boon
way.
to hear.
Don't be like, kind of, rolls her shoulders a little,
Oh, if you were to apply, I might as well hear. Might as well sit down and talk for a bit. You regale me with your stories and what it was like back at the time when you were traveling with my father. I might as well get a sense of you more, than what he's written down of you.
What he means to say is he actually wants to hear what you have to say about his father and not so much about the Chevalier. If we want to see her skill, then, well, where's Konrad? It's like, I think a direct approach would be better in this case, Leslok.
Make a point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you want, know my skills. I'm fine to talk about stuff, but like I said, we're gonna need a couple mugs. It is afternoon, but anyway, out of
I got
We
it.
arranged for a few
where he
days.
is.
Yeah.
So he wants to fetcheth him.
In the liquor cabinet.
Yeah,
sorry,
fetch,
before-
send house servant to fetch Aurelia and Konrad.
Yeah, but just like out of character before, like he spoke up, I would have just been like, no, Axe, she's here to apply for a job. Talk about that first.
Well,
I
I
just
will
wanted a sense of a
say,
character.
I don't know how likely Leslok will be to get get the paint scared off him. But Inos did save you probably from her just doing like a sword quick draw, being like, "There's my resume."
Yeah. She said my resume and, gestured to herself. Like, no, this isn't a person who talks about their skills. This is someone who shows their skills.
That either
She's a
shows a
woman of
level
action.
of bravado or actual competency to pull off.
Konrad, you're pulled up by a runner.
All right. I mean, he'd probably be with
Aurelia.
Yeah, the group. I saw.
Aurelia.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Aurelia's just like, "Oh, this I have to see."
Is this something you did?
I'm sorry. Who is
I'm
speaking?
asking Aurelia.
She just kind of shrugs. I did say before we left I could use a cavalier, but I thought we were gonna just kind of sort things out in time.
Let's see.
So, once everyone is gathered,
Yeah, you're in the foyer.
I say we just have a little demonstration of Moira's skill. Konrad, you're probably the best hero to play with here. You go up against here, we see the skills, and Aurelia, you can decide if you would like her to be your chevalier or not. Actually, as a side point, Moira, how well are you at instructing with a blade?
Oh, I've been instructor in my time. Usually for lads and lasses who already know which end to hold, but Aurelia might be a little try hard enough to carry her fighting knives when you're wandering around your own house.
Mm-hmm.
That is when you are most likely to be attacked, when you are relaxed and off guard. So
Are they knives of like a guard, or are they just like bigger
they'd have a slight
blades?
guard. I can show you the style some other time
Okay.
than this exact moment. But yeah, I can pull them up. They're supposed to be like fighting daggers. So
Nicola
they have,
also is
like, a
openly
slight
wearing his
crossbow.
daggers, but that's because they look like decoration.
Well, and also you need to throw them.
That's true.
Oh, actually no. A CX doesn't have a much of a guard, but they are big, broad-bladed knives.
Okay. Well, even if it's just getting.
But yeah, so she would say usually wants to know which end to hold, but I've done a little of that, done a little sword making.
Okay. It's like,
Shall we go into the yard then?
If you need the space.
How
it's
many
like
things to break inside here?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. All right.
So-
yeah, sure. Let's go outside.
bundle everybody out.
All right. Connor will
And in
take a-
this corner, no.
take a moment to grab his right sword.
Yep.
All right. Go in the yard.
All right. Inos will officiate. He will declare this is a duel between. Aren, your last name's Kira's last name is Logi, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Between
Konrad Logi.
Yep, Konrad Logi and Moira Degen. The terms of the doubt are to yield or first blood. There'll be no foul play. There'll be no tricks. Anything below the belt, aiming for the head, yada yada yada, bloody bloody blada. Konrad, are you ready?
Yes.
Moira, are you ready?
Aye.
Then begin.
All right, Konrad, what is your sense?
3.
All right.
I'm gonna guess she
She
has higher.
is also sense 3.
Oh, okay.
So I believe we're going to declare at roughly the same time, effectively.
Okay.
So also, I think I should mention, I think when it came out, we may have technically done the draw maneuver wrong. You don't take a multiple action die penalty for draw. Your speed is your width for speed is reduced by 1 the turn you draw and attack.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, so that's what lightning strikes is for. It's you to take the penalty.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anything that says you don't get the penalty for drawing is you don't get the width reduction. It is not actually a dropped die. Let's see. Yeah, she would. She is going to cross draw her short swords.
Okay.
And I would say that, before we even get into rolling dice, Conrad, you can instantly tell the way she like effortlessly, simultaneously draws each short sword. Moira is properly ambidextrous. Like normally, with you've sparred with some dual wielding duelists. Like the Southern style is rapier in one hand, parrying dagger in the offhand, kind of a thing, right? Normally, you use offhand as defense and your main hand as attack. Miss Degen is, like I said, truly ambidextrous. Her posture switches which hand is lead and which hand is off, like basically without, at a whim.
All right.
So, she's gonna draw and, yeah, she's probably just gonna go to
Stab.
to strike you. And because she has at least up to intricate devices, she will declare a feint as well.
Ooh.
How do fans
Yeah, I
work?
have. Yeah, those are the. I have lightning strike and double dueling, so I have the stuff I'm probably gonna work towards what she has.
So feint it's just a roll. If she gets a set, that you basically just lose an extra die.
Extra die. Okay.
I thought
Your
you lose
opponent
it from
loses
a
die
match.
from a set just as if they're hit, and you get a +1 to your next attack.
Yes, that's what it was. You do use a die from your set.
But if you, yeah, it clarifies that because it's a die bonus, you cannot apply the extra effect of attacking to that same after the feint on the multiple action.
Okay.
But yeah. So yeah, and she'll be
I'm
doing that, declaring it sense 3. You are a player character, so you get to slight advantage of the sense.
I will draw and parry
All right.
using an iron parry.
Okay. Iron Parry is under Testudo Stool, right?
Tetsudo School. Yeah.
Right. Right. She's gonna roll.
Rolls are parries. These.
So I got. All right, you have 2 10s, which is good. So, let's see. Do you only have 1 set?
Artist sets.
All right, then she will use her master die in sword to make that 3 9s. So the feint does go off.
All right.
But since she doesn't have an attack set, you are not got after that. But she masterfully switches up which hand she's going for, and so you lean one way with the parry, and then she's ready to spin around and come at you from the other side. So yes, you've been feinted. We declare again.
Let's see. I'm just gonna go with what I probably.
She is going to again multi-action Wambo Cambo.
Wambo Cambo.
She's not going to feint this time though, because she's got the bonus.
Okay.
She is going to apply deflecting blow and parry. So she's going to roll coordination plus sword both times, so no lower pool, and she's gonna parry you.
All right. I will double attack, with the first being batter the blade.
All right.
I guess which would target, let's just say her right hand, or right weapon.
All right.
That's 4 or 6.
Not that I don't think it matters, but
It may actually matter for damage. Which hitbox that is? Let me check. If you want to go, oh my god, it's like a fucking mirror. I think the right hand is 5/6. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a mirror man. Right.
let's see. Poly would be it's both coordinates. 1 die though.
Yeah, height doesn't matter.
And I have no expert dice for this because I have a penalty.
Jesus.
Holy shit, that's 4/9.
Whoa.
And an extra 7 set, too.
Well, you kill her.
I don't think it works that way.
You got 2, 9, 9.
9s and 8s.
And 2.
What a weird situation that would be, though. Friendly duel. Oh, you're dead.
No, no,
Well,
not
shit.
like that. So let's see. So you're declaring batter the blade first. If it hits, they don't take any damage, but they lose a die in all their sets that go off. So she will use her master die because it's all coordination plus sword, and there's no penalty for the other thing to make it a 3x9 set. So she still has a 2x9 set to parry,
Okay.
which I believe beats your 7s.
Yep.
And she's using her dual short swords. So guess what? She has the first rank of Steel Kiss.
Yep.
Cling like a lover, which means that the 2x8 set you ruin still goes off.
Hmm.
It is only. Let me double check. It's width plus what 1, or is it width plus none in? Oh yeah, it would be +1 shock. So she will technically stop thrust. So it would only be 1 killing damage to hit location 8.
I believe is a leg.
No,
eight
it's
should be
torso.
torso. Yeah, 7, 8,
torso.
9 is torso.
Torso.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know if you're wearing armor there, but it is 1 killing.
Probably not at the moment.
So that will draw blood.
Yep.
Inos will throw up his hand.
Konrad grunts and like stops.
Yep, Inos will come out. We have a winner. Mora Dijen.
You know,
Yep.
gives Konrad a salute
claps.
with their blades.
Mhm.
Sheaths them.
That's
Masterly done, both of you.
Yeah, you're pretty good.
Hey, you're
If
pretty
you were wearing
good.
heavy armor, I probably would have had to pick a different strat. Also, you know,
Well, this
rolls.
isn't a
Which
battlefield,
one did,
so
yeah, which arm did you say you hit right? With
Yeah.
your intended with your iron, yeah, she kind of, or not iron, batter the blade. She kind of rolls her right shoulder. Also, hell of a swing on that. Jeez.
Nicola,
still
would
wasn't
you
quick enough
mind?
to get back around?
Oh no, I'm already I'm on it.
Okay.
They come out with the medical tape. All right.
Get his doctor's bag.
I will give both of them a 1 silver.
Oh yeah, she hasn't actually taken any damage other than maybe a little bit of a breathing in there. But yeah, so
Okay, she doesn't. Okay.
I'll let
Konrad
you
will
know.
just promptly like take off his shirt, that just now has a bloody splash in it, and throws it wherever the garbage goes.
Makes sense.
dramatic.
Oh,
So if you're curious about how that dice pool worked, Moira Dejan has a 3 in coordinate, and she's got 5 plus MD in sword.
Yep.
them big
And
dice.
she used at least stop thrust, intricate devices, deflecting blow, and cling like a lover.
Yeah, she's
So,
8
yeah.
plus the master die. Where's the ninth die from?
That was for her feint last time.
Gotcha.
But anyway,
I got a set of 10s, 2s, and 7s for Konrad healing.
All right. Konrad, you turn that killing to shock.
I will then
believe, you
use
heal.
my breathing technique to make the roll right now.
Go for it.
Fucking starts clotting immediately.
well, he's not. I think it's body control, baby. He's gonna center himself.
Yeah, basically, probably not even like stitching because it's one killing and a slash. It was just the tip of a
Just the tip.
short sword.
If anything, it would be like medical tape.
Yeah, you roll some
If we
gauze.
have, or the,
by an
the
ointment.
equivalent of.
There you go.
Yeah, you probably like rub some.
Actually,
fluid over
I shouldn't bullshit you. Also, actually, she also has long running strike. Technically, it was long sword damage, even though it was a short sword, but she still stop thrusted. So,
Oof.
All right. Yep, made it.
Nice.
So I think that applies to both of the shock.
Actually, okay, no, medical tape was probably not quite invented yet.
I mean, you probably run a weekend on it and probably run some clean linen around it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably some.
I'm
linen
assuming that I
bandages.
still have a bandage there. It's just
Yeah.
But
Because the invention of fun fact, invention of tape was 1850.
we're a little ways off.
yeah, little early for that, but yeah, you'd have linen and cotton gauze.
But Inos will turn to Moira and was like, "Thank you for that demonstration, Aurelia. What do you think?" Yeah, he says she's an old family friend, knew your father, skilled with blades of a variety of sorts, wishes to become your chevalier, and if we pay her a bit more, be willing to teach you the blades as well.
Well, I think that sounds lovely.
And then
Welcome aboard, Master Dejan.
Inos will turn to Leslok. It's like, "I'm sure you don't have any issues with this, do you, cuz?"
No, you've made a quite elaborate explanation of it that works. Works gloriously.
I always said I gave I made him my point, but for some reason, Leofric always groaned when I said that. I don't get it. It's accurate and it's witty.
Exactly.
Well, clearly he
you
never.
do it enough times.
no. Inos will smile.
Yeah.
So clearly he never got the point.
I feel like
Good
you
enough-
saw my hat.
When you do it enough times, it becomes something witty
Oh,
becomes
it's great.
irritable.
Just like old times.
He is Leslok around. It's like, yeah, like father, like son.
Exactly. Just like that. Yeah.
I've heard it too many times.
Conti always kind of had a snicker about it, but I don't know if he put it in any of his notes.
Of course he would.
I guess
Well,
we
you
have.
know, when he
I
wanted
guess
to.
Aurelia's going to start telling bad jokes now and then. I'm going to get another shirt. I'll be right back.
Clearly he's just
I
trying
recommend
to escape.
silk. Stops your blood and the sword.
There's a life lesson for one.
Hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah, I can't really afford silk shirts myself, but it's supposed to work that way. Sorry, you were going on.
Yes, we will have to figure out your proper pay for your services, but we find ourselves without our head coffer at the moment.
Well, I appreciate being paid. Don't worry about it for a moment. I'm an old friend. I know you're good for it.
Oh, speaking of, cuz here, the promissory note. This is
Thank you.
Yes. This is a lovely little thing. Once we left back for time, we'll go to the bank, grab a ridiculous amount of chest of silver, gold, and jewels, and have to cart it all the way back, and hope that we aren't set on upon pirates again.
Well, when you say that, again, I think Moira just, cracks her neck, rolls her shoulders.
Although with good Master Moral on our side, I probably would fear more for the pirates' sake.
If they get on the ship, they're more than certain dead.
Between her and Konrad, I think they could sink a battle cruiser.
Now, there, if you're looking to get paid, there's a great time. Cool, it's been decades since I rolled a pirate ship.
See, the problem is getting aboard the ship, though.
Oh no, that'll be the easy part because
I know how to make it stop.
they'll
Throw me
be
in.
they'll be quite eager to get aboard ours. Anyway, I believe that is enough excitement for one afternoon exercise. I have letters to write, goldsmiths to instruct, and we have to go have a tea party, cuz.
That we do.
Konrad
I'm gonna
pats
go-
Logesh on the shoulder. Have fun.
Yeah,
Um,
you heard me say.
Uh,
I'm gonna go write my letters and then dread this
do
party.
try not to get engaged.
If I do, you have
We'll
free
still
reign
have
to
it.
write my will.
Still advantageous out. It means
Is
I might
that
have
a problem around here?
Only when
No,
visiting Baron Overall.
It's just well, it's not actually a joke, well, I'm afraid to say, but we're going to pay a visit to our good friend the Baron Oro, who unfortunately has brought several marriage candidates, and, well, I wouldn't say we have a surplus of bachelors around here, but we do have a few.
Also, the Baron likes them.
Anyway,
Yeah, I remember when he was, you know, she
I think
gestures
that
to
like
about
is in
her,
quotation marks.
probably like waist level.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember when he was about yay high. Always was a friendly soul. Well, if the young miss isn't going out, I'll probably need to ask if you've got a whetstone, because I think your old boy Konrad has scraped my edge a little. She, you know, pulls out the sword that got hit with the you know, batter the blade and like starts checking the edge on one of her gloves.
it's like, Enos
Sure, you got a
will,
spare one somewhere.
Enos will, say, if you'd like, I could handle the sharpening of the weapons. Yours too as well, Konrad. It'd be getting nice and warmed up for the goldsmithing later. I do want to note, Enos does have, what is it called? Adoration?
Is it?
Weapon adoration. Basically, anytime that he sharpens the weapon, the first time that weapon is used, it gets a free width. Just +1 width.
Ooh.
You only need one strike. That's great.
Sure, I'll go with that.
Yes.
That's fine. I'm
Never
working
turn
on
down-
Logesh's armor anyway.
Yeah, just have them taken to the goldsmithing to my shop, to my workshop, and I'll have them done when I return.
Lucas gets his armor. It's as if it's been through the wash. Why is it smaller?
No, if anything, it would probably be bigger, as in it. You know, Kamara could have taken a deft hand to the straps and made sure it's, you know, fully fitted.
He buffed it out.
See, now you can actually take a full deep breath in the breastplate.
Oh, okay. I feel like I'm going to be needing those in the coming days.
So
Ugh.
Enos will go settle the goldsmith. He's basically gonna tell the journeyman to start cutting and polishing some topazes of an appropriate size for the jewel dragon pin. And the apprentice is going to be set about with busy work of making sure that everything is maintained and clean in the workshop, as well as doing runner stuff if the journeyman needs it at the moment.
Right, oh, mister, I'll get your broom.
All right. Yes. I will make sure.
Oh, I was like, that was this.
I'll make sure to let them know that they are both invited to have dinner with us. The apprentice is definitely having dinner with us because I'm going to make sure this boy is fed. But the journeyman is welcome to stay if they like. But other than that, I will be running errands and work will begin later. Then Enos will go write letters to the Marin house about said things. Oh, actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me double check the Cheval. Let me see if there's anyone that I feel close enough that I could say I can get away with sending it. I do know Agave Cheval a little bit. If just in the What's that? Don't really know anyone else, though. But yes, I will send out a letter to House Shabal asking if they would like to have a social meeting, social gathering of their bleh. I was saying the word earlier, now I can't.
Debonaires?
Debonaires.
Debutantes.
Debutantes.
No,
It is debutante.
Debutantes.
Okay. I fixed it, but yeah, no. On the second guess, I was correct.
The debutantes. And then I'm going to gather up Leslok and Logesh, and we're going to the Oro compound. I am making sure I am bringing my gift for Noctiluca.
Of course. Roger.
Roger.
Okay, I don't know. Okay,
Roger.
I'm sorry. I am just trying to push things here.
No,
That's fine.
Again, fine.
So, tea
So we're
time.
not like spending like several sessions getting to the one thing.
Tea time. It's a lot like Tea Tim.
T-teams. But it's not the Tims.
Oh.
He's in those Tims. Anyway, no one is wearing Timberland boots. Or are they? No. So the Oro Villa, much as you would have remembered previous visits, kind of lower walls, more open floor plan, catch lots of light.
Mhm.
Got plenty of like deck or pavilion space. And you're greeted by footmen, gaudy boys, and probably taken out back to the actually no, this time Baron Oro would probably invite you to his own study,
Oh, okay. Cool.
which is probably a very nice meeting room. There's some sort of oil brazier or like not a fireplace but like a room fire in the middle, also probably where you can burn incense and stuff. He's got a decent collection of books and a couple of odds and ends of art objects. Nothing like super duper high quality, but enough to be interesting. A couple of jeweled daggers. Got some like circlets or diadems on display, that kind of stuff. Got a weird jewel covered egg.
Jeweled eggs.
Oh, the House of Fabergé.
Mhm.
If you go to Wikipedia, you'll see them under famous goldsmiths. But yes, you guys are all let in. Present at first is going to be that one mental gen. It was a name that is also similar with the Leo, but which one was it? Leontos. Yes, that's right. Yes, head of House Lampago. Lord of the
Lampagio.
Lord Commander.
Says Lords Logi, Master Inos. My Baron, will you be requiring? And Macarius kind of waves him off. No, do not worry about it, Leontios. Take some time. We will discuss our other business later. Kind of nods and lets himself out of the room. Baron, gestures. He's got a big long table of some nice, rich fragrant heartwood from Celticy. Come, my friend, sit. I have chairs, cushions, whatever.
Logesh would ensure that when Leslok goes to sit down, he would pull his chair out for him, and then would it be appropriate or rude if Logesh stands at Leslok's side instead of sitting down?
No, that would be appropriate. The Baron
Okay.
will attempt to insist, but if you want to stand up, that's perfectly all right.
Is there anything that I can properly flop down into?
Oh yeah, he said there's cushions.
Ah, yes, cushion. Inos will flop.
Yes,
Leslok
there
will
are,
make
there
sure
are
those-
some,
Oh, wait,
some
hold on.
lovely
Yeah.
sitting couches like under some breezy windows and that kind of thing.
Sorry.
Enos will, like,
What
kind of
Logesh should do is
stretch out too, just like, oh, I
what
love these
Logesh should do
cushions.
is look at Leslok and then gesture to the seats, like which one would Leslok like to take?
Leslok gestures to like. Is it like a full leather chair, or is this like one?
No, these are
No?
probably like lightweight, like southern chairs, woven from reed and flexible woods.
Leslok just points to the one on the left, and then takes the seat presented to him, and then like quietly gestures like thanks to Logesh.
Okay. Does that, stands by his seat, and tries to look official.
The Baron kind of gives a little smile, get a little teeth action in there as he kind of looks between Leslok and Logesh, with Logesh standing very officiously, and Inos, of course, properly flopped and stretched.
Yeah. Enos has
The duality
definitely
of
been here
man.
before. He's like, yeah.
Was that the... Never mind.
It's like, forgive them. They're new to this.
Well, it is fine. You will have many meetings behind closed doors with many of your future peers. And first of all, I must say, as your gracious host, he, reaches into he's got a little wooden box, opens it, double checks, slides it across the table to you, Leslok.
Opens it.
A personal blend, one of my finest aged teas.
Why, thank you. I will try to enjoy. I will try to enjoy this bearing.
We have, as I said, many meetings come before. Master Inos, I trust you were able to secure the line of credit.
Yes, it was done quite tidily, thank you.
Of course. It is one of the things my house is known for. Obviously, I understand that the nature of your dilemma, I'm sure, has to do with the winter season, when things do not grow. Even in Celticy, it is usually dry, maybe a little chill. Alas, my own lands are not blessed with an excess of food either. But money is something we do have in abundance.
May you get even more.
Well, I'll try. I did not invite you here merely to offer gifts and to drink tea, though, he's got a kettle of water set on, like I said, the little fire there, so starting to boil in some water. Distributes some cups. Master Inos, I know you prefer the red leaf, but I have some very fine herbal infusion.
What?
Drop of honey?
It's like, Enos will, like, oh, yes, who am I to say no to your refined palate?
And there's another thing we are known for. Taps his head. But I am not just here to talk pleasantries, though, of course, those are nice. We would all prefer everybody remain pleasant. Not that I wish to imply that anybody has not been pleasant of late, but kind of, gives you all a square look. I hear things. Things are not always good. Is it true you were attacked by pirates on the sea route here?
Yeah. Why, yeah.
That's fast.
Oh, gossip always travels fast, cuz. But yes, we were attacked by, I believe it was the Foxhound, captained by Bloody Brad. It was a horrible affair. They seemed to know when we were leaving in the route we take. Came upon us almost as soon as we were out of sight of Tyne.
Probably not the first time ever for Inos, but I think this is the first time for Leslok and Logesh. The jovial, energy kind of slips from the Baron. He kind of like quietly tilts his head, purses his lips a little, kind of very slowly blinks, and he's just like, that is not good. do not know this pirate by reputation, but I know their kind. Northern pirates are kind of tilts his hand a little different. They are bloodier but less desperate. Many of them are well, I hope you will not find it rude of me to say, Lord Logi, but some of your ancestors, some of your kindred in Norlan are raiders by nature.
It's
You
a
have a cold, harsh land, and
there's almost more camaraderie amongst them than I'd say for other pirates.
ties of blood, of culture. They are usually piratical by choice, though not always. Most pirates I have met, they come from the Stone Shoals, north of Keltacy and Lagartia. Harsh terrain. They are called Stone Shoals because hardly anything grows there. So the men who are hiding out are truly exiles with nowhere better to go, and they are usually poor and hungry. Not high quality fighters, but, well, I'm sure you've heard the adage, a man fights better on an empty stomach.
I'm sorry, this keeps coming up.
I know.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second.
Well,
I've
this
heard
time
it.
I made it come up just then, but
I know, but
I've heard it quite a few times, though.
Pointed look at Inos.
It seems to be coming up more lately. I don't know why.
But yes, it is terrible. As for how rumors traveled so fast, well, I do believe some members of your party themselves did distribute birds, sent mail ahead. And if you did not, certainly the Lord of the Saint Quay did. I believe that while it is not my place to say what the Lady Admiral's business is, if you have noticed several more of her fine ships in port, that there may be other places where the pirates are stretching their legs.
It seems to be a trend in the last few years. A lot of
Ashes
people.
Logesh would pipe up and say, seems rather worrying, honestly.
Aye. Well, I also do not wish to claim to know the High King's mind, but I am certain that his going full force with the official ceremony of fealty and having the young Lord Logi take his oath basically immediately, usually there would be 1 or 2 days worth of social convenience, is an attempt to breed solidarity, and also, while there is no position for you currently on the High King's Council, as a major member of the peerage, you would be entitled to sit on meetings, and you may be able to discuss with your future peers what we should be doing about this. Kind of, tilts his head towards Inos again. I do not know if you have heard, but Lord Espada has been in and out of the city several times since sending his family. He should hopefully return this afternoon or evening.
I'm sorry. Which role does Lord Espada carry in the High King's Council?
Lord Chancellor.
Okay.
Keeper of the Seals, I think is his subtitle. Yeah. But yes, he's, smart. This one I do know about because there are more than rumors, but less than facts. There have been, as usual, no offense to my good colleague, the Lord Chancellor, but the fighting men and women of the lands of Espada, some of them know nothing but the sword, and so when they have nothing to stab, they get agitated. Usually, it is the way of my people to throw money at them and send them away. He makes a, very expressive, flinging gesture. Like you can imagine him just literally hurling fistfuls of coin at his enemies.
I can see that.
Go away. But
Pocket coins.
some of them are a little persistent. And I have also heard that there is a group of Kithless in the desert. How familiar are you with the desert kindred?
Enos actually is familiar with this, so I'll turn to Leslok at this.
I'm not
Lord?
very, though. Do you know? Cuz has been researching all the actual clans he can. So I'm familiar with some of his work, but nothing actually substantial.
Familiar
Did
with some of
know
my
she showed up
work. I haven't
years
like
ago.
I don't write shit down, my dude.
I mean, I don't think he meant it literally.
I mean, like this
No, what are you talking about, Inos? You're a published author. You did it while you were asleep.
Our cousin Enos, a brilliant scientist.
A brilliant scientist.
But
That's a 1%er.
I got it.
Thank you.
I got it. But
I didn't get it, and
That's
I'm
fine.
proud of it.
And you
In
can
my-
fuck off.
In my real life group, we have an engineer, and we always ask him jokingly about science.
Anyway, yes, Leslok.
Oh, now I got it. Fuck.
I lost my place, so just you.
Sure.
I believe you were saying you didn't specifically know about the Desert Kith.
Right. I don't know any personally, but I did know that it was actually a grand deal that one showed up for the festival 3 years ago.
Ah, yes. Mr. Chandra spoke very highly of the capital Turrican. But if you may recall, the Lady Chandra styled herself as being the Kith of the Blue Moon. There are a set number of Kith. It is basically their word for clan. They only allow a set number by their own laws. And I'm just trying to remember the link for houses because he doesn't remember what that exact number is. It's a funny one. Like 29.
52.
No, 52 is too many. It'd be a clan for every week in the year.
Desert tribes.
29.
29.
It is 29. They get together once every year or so, by their reckoning, and keep track of them. But those who do not have a kith, a clan, are called kithless. Some of them like to band together and act like they are still parts of a kith, even though they are not officially sanctioned, I guess we would say. But there is a large group of them brewing in the southern desert. This is what concerns Lord Espada. I am not as concerned, but it is not my farms and homesteaders who are in that region. So he must take his precautions. The Baron kind of scratches his chin and says, if you are looking for an excess of food exports, there are two primary clients. Or patrons, I guess, in this arrangement. You would either have to go through House Foretti, who are known for their very fertile forest land, and respectable grasslands, or you can go to the Grassy, which I can tell you is not an exaggeration. It's very large. They grow many grain there.
The Grassy is Chevalian?
Yes, that's Cheval's province.
Yes.
Trying to
At
check.
So
this
Cheval
point, they
Authority.
basically have the whole like eastern half of Milia, so they got a lot
Right,
of turf.
the grassy, right?
Yeah. It's like my idea was to approach some of the Chevalian merchants, but like I said, with growing seeing just begun, we don't know necessarily how the harvest is going to turn out.
Well, if I know the Lady Duchess, she will keep a careful track of strategic reserves. They may have some grain in storage to sell for the right price.
It would be preferable to at least open lines of communication either to
And
discuss
the Duchess is here,
stock.
and she has brought her husband, Lord Geralf, which I
Huh.
should also note is unusual. The old spear point rarely leaves the Riddler Hall.
It seems this is a year of strange happenings in general. Like,
I've been noticing.
Did you know
Go.
that the Lorettis are actually delayed their departure for a few days? because they're waiting for the stars to be right. They've actually had a few mishaps of their own. Ships full of pilgrims foundering on the shores, killing, oh, I don't know how many, but... Yes.
Baron kind of strokes his chin. Well, when you started that question, I would have said, when do they not look for signs in the stars? But that is actually troubling.
It's like, for our own problems, the monstrum seems to be getting stronger every winter. Not to mention, like I said, not to mention the lean harvest. One could actually say these might be signs of bad portents to come.
Well, I've always heard it was an old family curse. May you live in interesting times. Indeed.
Actually, I was going to say something similar to that. I am not one to wish that, but I worry for those that have.
It's funny how wisdom spreads. Though, that is another saying that we have in my land, but not originates there. Hopefully wisdom spreads like water. But, he kind of, looks around and says, Leontius would not like me to say this, but I think it is fair in the house of in the company of the monster hunters. We have our own monstrum problems in Oro, in Akunar as well. This is why Lord Rearmouse is not here. Actually, this is a good out of character. Well, in character, you know what I mean. Inos, have you actually? I don't remember if I asked before. Have you actually been down to Castle Knight?
I would like
the main holding of House Rearmouse.
Yes, Inos would have gone out of his way to visit Noctiluca at
yeah, so you would know. House Rearmouse is kind of the way they are because they're on that kind of northern coastline area and so they get a lot of basically they get side action on the rainy season from Lagartia, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they're more cloud cover and fog, a little bit less sunshine, a lot more wet. But they in their lands have a very big wood known as the Darkwood or the Oskormad.
Scary.
Big, dark hardwoods. Also said to be haunted.
Cool.
And occasionally full of monstrum.
Omega, you ever play Mortal Kombat?
A little, but not like...
I'm imagining the Darkwood from that, where it's just the forests are fucking, just animated people.
Probably
not that bad. Not that haunted. They do harvest it for hardwoods, but it is a place where, monsters do sometimes just pop out of the woods and, take down a logging camp. It is, you've seen the Darkwood, hopefully from a distance. It is not as spread out as the problems in Norrlon, but the monstrum do come. Things seem disquieted. I will continue to make discreet efforts. But I am not all here for doom and gloom, friends. Here, your tea, starts pouring hot water.
Mm-hmm.
For the time being, other than as friends, making sure we are all informed of each other's problems, I would like to discuss trade considerations between our two great houses.
Okay.
Well, obviously, you have already received the promise, anyway, of a not inconsiderable loan from the bank, which does get its funds through the House of Alcanar, but it is not exactly one-to-one. But I am hoping to be able to find a point with you where merchants bearing the seal of my province would get first rights to buy and sell in Tyne markets. We do not do much trade over there, but I could encourage the flow of goods and services that way if we could make some concessions. And obviously, feel free to counterpush.
Leslok?
Who would...
I believe you
hold
should say
on.
it again because my brain blanked for a moment as I was
Sorry.
trying to process it.
Uh,
That's my own fault.
He's just asking to have merchants from his lands bearing his family seal have first rights to buy and sell in Tyne markets. So,
Who would Oro be competing with selling-wise?
big merchant houses, modern, very big, and Ferretti, mostly.
Okay.
Maybe some crossplay from Ich, but they have similar but slightly different goods than your own.
So actually, like this is like unfortunately, like this is like your full house. Enos can probably do some negotiating on your behalf, but you're gonna have to pull out some brain here.
That's fair. I'm just.
So,
Remember
like I
what we
said,
said
we can
before,
we
at
can get
least-
a little bit of pushback. So we can like request you something from him. Like for example, he can like we can ask for like certain materials to be earmarked. Like make sure that we like there's a steady supply of something that we may be looking for. We can ask for slight discounts, or maybe slight discounts, or you maybe waive some taxes in some other markets. But
You could also ask for like reciprocity, like mutual agreement in the Achenar markets for your merchants.
Yep, and stuff. But like whatever we like ask for though, like he might then try to get more concessions out of us for said thing.
I have things in
Welcome
mind,
to
but I want to at least discuss this
negotiating.
with you guys as fellow players.
Well, honestly, here's the thing, Axe. You don't have to agree to this business deal right now. You
Okay.
don't.
Yeah.
No, like
Do not actually go ahead and roll. Anybody who wants to, you can roll empathy.
I'll
Read
roll
on
some
the Baron.
empathy.
Oh,
I
roll
also
empathy as well.
I will roll empathy because I feel like I need to at least gauge this.
Yeah.
Like I, for one, did like Inos, for better or worse, does trust Baron Aura.
392
I fucked up.
I trust Baron Oro, to be honest. I just don't necessarily know if giving an exclusivity agreement is what's
It's
best
not an
for-
exclusivity agreement.
Yeah, not exclusivity. He just wants.
Or sorry, first dibs.
Yeah, first rights.
Yeah.
I did it too.
You've done it.
And
Ah!
correct me if I'm wrong, Omega. He did specifically say it would be only House Oro, not like the banner houses and stuff, right?
Yes, specifically merchants coming from his lands bearing his land's seal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not necessarily heavy competes.
Yeah, which would probably ease the tension a little bit if it were to piss anyone
All right,
off.
so yeah. Logesh, not perfect at reading people. He seems like a perfectly fine gentleman. Leslok, Inos, you're pretty good at reading people, and Inos at least has spent a decent amount of time around and with the Baron. He is definitely being honest with you after a fashion. And as noticed, like I said, when you saw that little like moment where he kind of like dropped his, joyous, generous vibes a little, it actually got to him that like, yeah, this is a little, he took note that you laid out some serious sauce there, that somebody was, set up to ambush you in a major pirate ship. That's, he understands that that's the second time in 3 years somebody has attempted to cap the Lord of House Logi. So like he is being genuine with you when he's, trying to be friendly and thinks he can, work through negotiation and economics to make everything better for everybody.
Mm-hmm. He is
that said, yeah, in the Pelu Pelu style. That said, the whole like inviting you to his study, serving you tea, making sure that like Enos, feels comfortable flopping in a chair and not like, sitting like a formal meeting. That is a tactic. He is actually friendly, but he definitely like, and this is probably more towards
Leslok, yeah.
to pick up. You definitely pick up that like this is how he like gets you to lower your guard or puts you on the back foot. Like he is being super friendly and almost, intimate camaraderie with you, so that you feel like you gotta like, oh well, I got
a friend in me.
Gotta at least like try a little harder.
Yeah,
but like if Leslok gives Enos a look, I will take control of this conversation and move it along if you want.
Please do. I
should
say that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you say that of everything I do.
You're right, and that was rude of me.
I want Leslok to be. He can't agree to that immediately, but it's something he'll consider, and then I guess look towards Enos as about like I guess about complications.
Well, Inos will sit up and all like, that does actually sound quite fabulous. We have been looking to push further trade, so having extra merchants on hand be amazing. But unfortunately, this is only our first day here, and we have lots to do. Ben, I hope it would not be too much if we take a couple days, think it over, come up with some ideas, and get back to you on it. I'm sure it'll be most favorable for both you and House Logi. But a little caution is never unwanted.
Of course, of course. Do not worry. As I said, we are here. We are all here to be friends and future peers.
Yes.
And I must say, Enos, I hope you do not find it rude, but as a separate matter, I would love more opportunities to get to know your people. The examples you've shown me of your craftsmanship, very high quality. I understand that your people do not trade in. What is the word? Pure coinage in the same way, but the coins are merely a symbol.
Yes. Well, if we can maybe getting a bit more of my people's goods into your markets could be a term. It can be arranged with this new agreement. We shall see.
Yes. I understand, of course, obviously, if the craftsmen who produce them are not as willing to make the trip. I understand that you and your people have a similar response to the ocean as the desert kith. Sorry, does Enos just have a seasickness PTSD attack?
Yes.
Yeah.
I meant to do a big inhale, but then something got caught in my throat.
No, that was
That was
perfect.
like the
though.
biggest groan.
Shudders and coughs.
Oh.
Yes,
I-
actually, quite like that.
I will say that Leslok is actually is trying not to say anything about this because he doesn't want to mention how like the connections to the Mur have been very distant and late, and he doesn't want to bring that up right now.
Then don't.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not. It just he's aware.
Yeah. Yes. No, he's like, yes. Though, as I say, I would not mind a counter arrangement if I can move it along. Though I do not know. Do you think your people have much call for camel hair? It's a very fine material.
We do enjoy our woven products, but I would have to actually take some back and see what they can do with it.
That I'm sure I can be arranged. Let me see. He, grabs a journal or a ledger off like a writing desk, which is just like as put together as this man is in like his personal appearance and grooming.
Mhm.
His work desk is like the exact opposite. He's got like 4 ledgers. He's got like an ink blot. He's got like 2 half finished bottles of ink there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, was this one? Yes. I can arrange for a few small samples, a few bolts to be sent to your house. If there are any interesting goods you may have on your person, feel free to send them here as well.
Not right now, but I am applying for my mastership in goldsmithing and probably will be churning out some works here once everything settles down. I can definitely bring a few by and see what your take on them is.
He, kind of tilts his head again and leans back and is like, oh, well, let's just hope that more congratulations are in order. That is quite an accomplishment.
Enos takes a sip of his tea, not says anything more.
Well, if there is nothing else, my friends, let us drink tea. Sip. Wait until Logesh takes a sip. So, young Lord Logesh, how are your marriage prospects?
I knew it.
You won the
I
fencing
won't
tournament
deny
in
that
your
it
debut
is.
year.
I'm sorry.
He says, you won your fencing tournament. And yes, he does phrase it like you somehow wouldn't know this. You won your fencing tournament in the first year you were here. Very good accomplishment.
Oh, I do remember that. It helped me discover my passion for that art. But I won't lie. Yes, no, my marriage prospects have been on the non-existent side since I've been busy with other things.
Well, a man always, I always say, a man needs companions. And there are fewer things that bring people together like a good marriage alliance. He does kind of, give Logesh an up and down look, and then gives an aside glance to Leslok. Though I will say that while I did find several eligible young lords and ladies to bring with me, I think perhaps that Master Logesh here is more of the strong, quiet type, they say. Of course, you are masterful at the quattram.
Well, who knows? I haven't really given it much thought, so who knows what I am liking in that particular taste.
Oh, open-minded. Well, if you can spare your time from your lord's side, I regret to say, I do like to engage in a little bit of matchmaking on the side. It is a irreproachable hobby of mine.
Well, maybe I can pencil that in and have a look. Sorry, give me a second. Try to work up.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting distracted by the sipping.
We're doing a lot of sip.
I had to take my own sip. Okay.
Sure, never.
You know what? If you're offering, I will be delighted to meet any prospective ladies that you would recommend for one such as myself. In fact, we could make a day of it. I am planning on hanging out with my good friend Rodrigo Espada sometime. Maybe we can introduce some to him too.
Now, there is a man. You know, the Erdas Espada is a hard man to speak to.
Rodrigo's all like, I feel like I have been thrown under a chariot.
So
Somewhere Rodrigo's sword vibrates in his sheath to let him know he is in danger.
full disclosure, when Omega and I were playing Helldivers 2 recently, I said I've got a good way to try to get out of Baron Oro's advances. I am just going to say, have you met my friend, Rodrigo Espada?
Yeah, that one tickled me real good at the night.
Black
Because I
Shield.
was like, there's a couple different ways you can take that based on the context. Yes, no. But slightly distracted by that prospect, the Baron
Yes.
will say, as you continue your tea drinking, says, listen, perhaps a quieter, more studious individual. As most people in Troikron are looking for, a spouse of good breeding, good conversation, and unfortunately, very important, a sizable dowry.
Yeah.
Which
is-
I will confess is something that House Oro can bring in excess. But
I
there are
don't-
other considerations to a good.
Leslok just looks at Logesh for a moment and then just looks back to T.
I've got huge tracts of land. Sorry.
Good trucks along.
Well, he did say good breeding, which I'm pretty sure is like old-timey code for like,
Tot.
yes, for like fitting whatever the fashionable the beauty standards of the day is.
Yeah.
It's also the market privilege thing. If you could look at a person's face and see if they actually were raised well.
Yeah, they
good
don't look like
posture.
they
Well,
were.
they don't look like a malnourished peasant.
And they also don't look like a
To be fair.
Habsburg sibling.
You killed Dallas?
What?
All Habsburgs.
What do you mean? I look pretty for?
Moving
My
on.
mama
all right,
says I
anyway,
look good.
I no longer have any plot points
Okay.
to bring up in this conversation. So if there's nothing else any of you wish to say to the Baron Oro, you guys can sip tea and have fun.
I'll sip tea in hand, and I
Okay.
will inquire on Noctiluca, if she is present at the compound.
Ah, yes. Lady Rimas is here, yes. She is escorting her younger brother. You may have met him in passing.
Yes. It's like,
God, it starts with a V.
Ah.
Sorry, I wrote down a lot of names for extra characters to be in this social circle as we eat a potato chip, but I have not said them out loud yet, so my brain has not yet locked them in. Yes, Vaklin.
it's like, oh, actually, that brought up something. Oh, we have a lot of young debutantes this year coming out, first time in the capital. That's all. We're hoping to actually get them a little socially acquainted with each other before the Blossom Festival. Would you be all right if we issued some invitations to some of the younger lords and ladies about, maybe for a gathering here, a tea party there, a social there?
Ah, no, I would not mind at all.
Oh, thank you.
There may be some who would stand on old-fashioned ceremony, but no such objections from me and mine.
Excellent, thank you. I'll bring it up to Noctiluca when I see her. Hopefully soon. As I was like, actually, he's gonna put down his teacup. If you do not mind.
As in, excusing yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's gonna go see Noctiluca.
The Baron kind of makes a, not dismissive, but permissive gesture. Like, of course, go on.
Thank you, Baron. Hopefully we should see you in a couple days about future business arrangements. And Inos will get up, gather the package that was at his side, and he will make his exit.
All right.
Yep. Once Inos leaves... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Once Inos leaves, Logesh will probably take this as a good opportunity to finish off his tea, bow respectfully to Baron Oro. Thank you very much for your generous offer and hospitality. I am quite... I wouldn't say chuffed. Sorry. I am honored by your offer and proposal and would be happy to accept in the coming days while we are here.
Yeah, it sounds like
However,
there's much social scheduling to come.
Yeah. However, I do believe that my lord and I must leave for now, for we have plans to be... Blah, blah. Fuck. Sorry. Now I'm getting nervous speaking up.
We have
We have
plans to
plans-
be fucked.
That's you, Dallas. Sorry, Nicola.
No, he hasn't made those plans yet.
No,
Anyway, go
no,
ahead.
That's tomorrow.
Oh god, I put a lucky. So anyway, we have plans. We have plans arranged, and we must prepare for them. But tea was lovely. Your company was also lovely. Thank you so much.
Of course, of course.
And
Best
looking
of luck
forward to
tomorrow.
hearing from you again.
Yes, and the best of luck tomorrow is directed at Leslok.
Yep.
Right,
Thank
yeah,
you.
if you guys don't have anything further to say, he'll scoodle himself out there.
Thank you for the tea. I will
Finally,
consider your
justice
offer.
to Leslok.
I will be considering your offer, and I will have something in return once things are a bit less complicated at the moment.
Of course. Good day. Now, where did I...
It's all right. It's all right. Let's go.
You did
No,
good.
this is
Everybody's
me,
great.
the player character, going, I hate my fucking tongue-tiedness. Oh.
You did good. You're all right.
It's fine.
No.
You're at least having words. My brain just stops giving me words after.
You did all right,
Don't
kid.
worry, it happens to everyone.
Let me
Say
just
that
grab
now.
the tiny massaging machine I got for my birthday and just...
I think it would be, because it's still technically kind of the same scene, best to bounce to Inos.
my
visiting
shoulders.
Remus first.
No, we don't have to. I don't mind waiting if you want to skip to somebody else. I did a lot of
Okay.
talking.
All right, if you're ready to switch, then let's go to Nicola. You trundle off to the Royal Archives.
I make sure to bring the bound book I made.
Mhm.
I talked to Leslok about that, right?
I vaguely remember the book because you talked about the ancient alchemy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember.
I
that.
mentioned that to Leslok, right?
Remember, said you made one for him.
Yes.
Okay, so he knows I have. Okay, good.
Yes, I wrote it down for you.
It would be real awkward if I was doing this without you knowing.
Yeah, well, I mean, for sure he wouldn't know. He couldn't not
Couldn't
know that
know.
you made these notes because you needed his photographic memory to recall some of the
Right.
source material.
Okay.
Yes, so yeah, you're going with that.
Just wanted to make sure I didn't just be like, "Hey, I'm gonna go do this" without telling anyone. Try to get better about that.
All right, so you head into the Royal Archives. A kindly librarian points you in the direction of where the heir of House Ordo is. You find Paz at a large library table, several different volumes, mostly relating to history, natural philosophy, or sorcery, even. That sort of stuff stacked around her. She appears to be reclining forward in her chair, but as you approach, she has an attendant with her, and he is actually, speaking of the Desert Kith, he is a Desert Kindred. So, mostly humanoid, tall, dark hair, but he's got kind of golden brown eyes. You can see a little extra canine tooth in there. And from the top of his head, which is probably under a hood that's pulled back, he's got two, large triangular ears, which you would interpret as being similar to the wild hunting dogs of Celticy.
Would I have seen him around before or no?
Probably not. He was not directly with Paz when you were most recently studying at the Alchemical College.
Okay. No problem.
But he will probably, as you approach, tap Paz on the shoulder, and he will be like, "Ah, lady, I believe we have visitors." Paz, sits up perfectly upright in her chair, and is just like, "Thank you, Ramil. I was not sleeping. I was merely resting my eyes. These books are very old." Then she kind of like blinks a couple times and realizes that it's Nicola, so she will stand. So remember that comparison I made about the Baron Oro's like outward appearance and his workspace? I don't want to say Paz is the inverse, but she seems a little more leaning in the direction of the like her organization of the books she is studying and looking at is much more regimented and orderly, than what she's got going on with herself. She's got like what we would call a lead pencil. It's actually graphite, but lead pencil tucked behind an ear. There's a little bit of ink smudge on her fingers. Though you notice that recently she's taken up something that she's probably discussed before, but Nicola's never seen her do. She has kind of her hair in like a side ponytail, like flopped over one shoulder.
Oh,
Cute.
You notice there are a couple of like streaks and stripes in it that appear to be experimented with different types of dye. So she's got kind of like a reddish couple of strands, an almost bluish couple of strands, and then probably something more like greenish. Master Nicola. So pleasant to see you.
Of course. Good evening. It's good to see you as well. I got your letter and I appreciate it very much.
Not trouble at all. Not trouble at all. And, where are my manners? This is Ramil. As you can see, he is of the Desert Kith. He is of Kith Sun Sand. Nods. Greetings, sir.
And my greetings as
Lady has
well.
spoken much of you, yes. I am an
Well, thank you
auspice,
very much.
which is the best way to translate in your word that I'm, how you say, an apprentice in healing, geomancy, that kind of thing.
Ah, fascinating. Well, my teacher is certainly one to have a great apprentice. I say jokingly at pause.
She kind of, gets a little color in her cheeks, but kind of like waves you off and like, no, none of that. There are many things you
Very
are more
well.
experienced than I. Kind of
This
tears up
is
in your
my
Oh, go ahead.
this is my lady sister, and my brain is mixing up the sisters, so it's not Aurelia. Fucking hell. Um,
Alestria?
what's Alestra?
Alestra?
Thank you.
Yes.
We have too many freaking ducklings in
We have
this.
a couple of A names. There's 5.
This is my
Alestra
lady
Gildevol.
sister, Alestra Gridarvol, heir to House Gridarvol.
And your sister, offers an appropriate curtsy. Paz, responds with a slight bow. Ah, so lovely to make your acquaintance. Your brother has said much. Esther kind of like looks over at you and looks back at Paz and is just like, only good things, I hope. Of course, of course. Otherwise, he never would have made it here, right?
You didn't need to say that. No. Oh.
See, I know what he's like. Romil just kind of, I think, like, turns to you and, like, fucking clasps his hand and gives you a slight, bow of pay respect.
Ah.
I
Alas,
see.
my
You are also
words.
impressed upon the attendant, yes.
Yes, my words often get ahead of myself.
Well, it is good for your... It is better that they get ahead than fall behind. Paz kind of, like, looks up into your face, She goes to stroke her chin, realizes she's got a little bit of ink on that finger, pulls out a handkerchief and starts, wiping down her hands really quick. You've been eating better.
Yes. Also, I have finished attunement.
Oh, my. That takes usually many years to achieve the great work. Alestra kind of, like, tilts her head and is just kind of, like, side glance at you.
It was probably a risk I shouldn't have taken, but unfortunately, it has paid off. Or, fortunately, it has paid off.
Yes. Normally, you're supposed to have... Well, I think the college recommends half a dozen magisters with you.
I had one.
Blink. Yes, of course. Well, you never discover anything by being cautious.
Speaking of discovery, I wanted to give this to you. I hand her the journal. When we were
She,
taking care of
immediately starts, skimming it.
yeah, when we were taking care of some business for my lord cousin, I had found some fascinating notes on ancient alchemy used in Tiern?
Yes.
Tyne. Tyne.
Tiantian.
I don't know why I thought it was Tiern, but no.
Sometimes we say it with a funny accent.
Oh yeah, I lost my accent. Whoops. Whatever. It's one of
It's
those
fine.
days.
We've had a heck of a day.
But I found this, and I just thought that it would be a shame if I were the only one to be able to truly appreciate it.
Yeah, she starts moving through. Ah, yes. So this is what you were talking about in the letter. She gestures towards the books on her table. I've done a little bit of reading, but unfortunately, the Alchemical College was officially founded some 1 or 2 decades after the Covenant. We do have some historical records, and I did find some messages that Logi the Torchbearer did visit our lands and did seem well versed in these subjects, but not much further than that. If you're looking for more appropriate historical records, well, I have been picking the royal archives, obviously, your best bet would be either to see reciprocal records in your own silver tower, or to impress upon the adamant gate. Though, as you know, they are a lot more cautious with their knowledge than the college.
Yes, I will probably try my luck with my Lord Father next time I'm in town.
Yes.
But who knows? My dear cousin seems close to the Lord and Lady Espada, so maybe he can help me with that.
Well, you never know until you ask. One of my
No.
father's many life lessons. She's
Also,
kind
I
of
must
looking back and forth in the conversation.
I
Go for it.
must say, I do love what you've done with your hair.
Ah, thank you. I have, well, as you know, alchemy is not related just to making things pretty or making things dangerous. And I have been looking for new ways of dye.
Yes.
I do not know if it will become a fashion, how you say, but she kind of leans in a little and you know, sotto voce is like, but I left some of my reagent to return it to its normal color at home, so I will have to wait until it grows out enough to cut it. Unless
Ah,
you did not happen to bring with you, you know, and she probably rattles off a couple of alchemical reagents you may or may not have, you know, that would counteract what she's done with the dye. Probably like, you know, essential oil of lemon, you know.
how? So it looks professionally done.
Yeah.
So then I think, despite having those ingredients or not, I will have to politely inform her that I do not have any
Yeah,
of
no.
those ingredients. But yeah, no.
She would probably let that one pass because not exactly the same vein, but in a similar vein to Nicola, I do not think Paz Oro has a very large empathy score.
No, we're both. I
Uh,
assume we're both like using dice pools of like 2 against each other.
She probably has a good. She's probably sense 3 even at like age 16. But yeah, no, she's probably got like 1 or 2 points in empathy. Most of the important people in her life are very direct and outgoing, so she
Like
hasn't really
set
had to
6
cotton
up.
on to subtlety much.
Oh. What, Baron Or not subtle? Oh, say it ain't so.
Oh, he wants to.
But no, I would just like spend some time like just
Yeah.
reading books, talking with both Paz and my sister, and just
Yeah.
kind of enjoying like catching up, telling her. I probably wouldn't go like super into like. Oh no, I probably would. She'd probably be interested about what I was able to do with an anchor. But I wouldn't give her like the super details of like we think it was a hit possibly on. You know what I
And I don't
mean?
even know if you've discussed that stuff with your sister either. So you maintain OPSEC, that's fine. Yeah, she's very interested in you know, hearing what sort of new tricks you've picked up with internal alchemy, because
Probably
obviously, you know, she's not attuned.
just a passing mention of the pirate stuff.
Yeah.
And
Nope, not catching that, Dallas. Hold on, you're breaking up a little.
Yeah, it doesn't say
Oh,
no.
so I thought it was on my end.
I was waiting. I was double checking.
Okay, it might have
I was
sorted itself
waiting.
out. My Discord just kind of blinked yellow for a second. How is you speak, Dallas?
no.
Seems better.
Say a longer phrase.
I
Mm,
don't have. I'll basically tell her it's like I don't have a lot, but I think because I think I only have one internal alchemy spell.
no, I picked up on that. Okay. Yeah, seems like the connection's cleared up. Yeah, so you only have one spell right now. It's that way. Dallas is typing. Might have a little lag in the line still.
They kicked me out.
It was weird. What happened?
I don't know.
Douse.
Okay.
Douse robot-y a little.
Okay.
I do
I
not
know
know
that.
if he's got it back yet.
He was typing, but now he's not.
No, he's trying the old moving trick.
Yep.
Am I alive?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay, that seems to be working.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
No, I fixed it.
lives.
My internet went all fucky wucky.
He was in purgatory.
Ah, yes.
But I mean, I was kind of done anyway. I was just gonna enjoy the time, like introducing Paz to my sister, being a trio of, a quartet of nerds.
Yes.
Probably talk to the young gentleman. He mentioned he was in apprenticeship for healing,
Yes.
so probably talk to him a little bit about that.
He probably knows a few things about alchemy by way of healing, obviously, and some of the more traditional medicine methods of the Desert Kith. Yes.
Yeah, I'd probably be really interested in that. So probably just like swap medical
Yeah,
stuff.
you
But
guys have
that's
a
pretty
little,
much
a
it.
little brief, back and forth story. Yeah. I was gonna say that in addition, obviously, to the comment about asking you how things are going with your sorcery. Paz does bring up a couple of bullet points for you tracking down specific information. She did find like I said that Logi the Torchbearer did kind of wiggle everywhere around Troy Corone at some point trying to figure out more about truth and stuff. Truth and stuff.
Yeah.
Truth
Even
things.
crazier truth dust.
Hopefully, he never found the truth, or at least the capital T truth.
Hopefully, he never found out that someone's
You
deadly
can't
racer.
handle the truth.
But
No, I just don't.
so he spoke about some of the met with members of House Oro, and it is recorded in some of the really old family histories that there was some conversation they had, and apparently there was some discussion of religion and philosophy in addition to more practical matters of alchemy and the like. It is mentioned that let me actually double check Logi's first wife's name with my history list. But Paz would bring up that they have historical notes that yes, so they had golden hair. Was a shamanist. No mention necessarily of any mystical powers there. But that in addition to that House Oro did send back some religious like texts and like iconography they had to Fornexia, like back to Norlon with Logi. That would probably be what's somewhere in the Silver Tower. They might have sent a little like care package back so you could get some more points of comparison. But yes, if you want more notes about like really old alchemy, you got to go talk to the Adamant Gate, because technically House of Spada was practicing alchemy first. Just the way they use the art is they do it much more closed off, more religious even, and more strategic. Yes. But yes, so Paz knew that there was some history of philosophy and religious divergence in Norlon, and knows a little about the concept of the tribe of the clan of the Fire Dancers, but doesn't really have any direct connections to really old alchemy there.
Mm-hmm.
So you got some places you can look for some stuff.
Yeah, but no, I just want to kind of hang out, introduce my sister, and just chillax.
Right.
Because we're not in the whole, like, they're gonna have a hell of a gauntlet in a couple of weeks, so I don't want to make them even more stressed.
I don't know. Referring it to as a gauntlet might stress them out.
Well, I wouldn't say that to them, obviously.
Yes.
Wait,
He thinks
no, I wouldn't
internally
say
in his
that to
internal
them.
monologue.
Yeah, because
Actually,
I remember how stressed we were, or let me rephrase that, how stressed Nicola was at all of the events that were physical related.
yes. It does remind me, over the break, I'll make sure to crunch some stats for Alestra, and we can throw Paz in there. You guys like her. Maybe I'll make sure all of the sorcery girl squad have stat blocks in case it comes up.
No,
they're
it is my
gonna make you
unofficial.
comment, no.
It is my unofficial mission to make to at least introduce Paz, my sister, and oh my god. See, this is what the A names are doing. They're killing me.
We've got Aurelia and Illyrion.
No, the other one. Marin.
Yeah, Illyrion Marin.
Yeah,
Valerian.
Valerian.
Okay. See, and then there's also Alias.
I mean, there is a slight bias, I think, towards names in like the earlier in the alphabet, but I do pick them out there. But sometimes there's just a lot of similarity. Aurelia is actually, like, as in golden.
Yeah.
Oh
no, I'm not blaming you, Omega. It's just
yeah,
how it be sometimes.
It is what it is.
and I mean, you fed me your sister's name, so
I did.
it's your own.
That one's my own fault.
That's okay. This is the problem that we all have whenever we're trying to split the difference between Logesh and Leslok. Which is like
Lesky.
which consonant sound comes after the L?
I think I finally got that one.
It did let me do some pretty funny gags with Moira earlier, but okay. Let us check in because it is almost midnight, and like I said, I'm a little tired. We've been going for 3.5 hours, so let us check in with everybody's afternoon activities. If Inos is still good to chiller a little bit, I will double check what's up with Konrad at the house.
I am willing.
Konrad would
I'm gonna go make a quesadilla.
mostly be relaxing and actually making sure the wound closes and stuff like that, so he wouldn't be doing anything too strenuous. If any of the heirs wanted to head out, he'd probably escort them, and in particular, let's see, which one was it?
Kieran?
No, it's Irwin.
Irwin. Okay.
Wait, yeah.
Erwin.
He will mention that since Aurelia now has someone staying by her side, you probably can do a few things on your own that you want to do.
She kind of, when you would bring this up, would nod her head and be like, "Oh, I understand, Lord Loki."
All right.
She
sure.
kind of like puts her hand up to kind of look away. I imagine that probably not like straight up gotten to like sparring or anything or any demonstrations, but Aurelia has already probably started asking Moira about like, hey, how'd you do you did the thing with either hand, you did the cross up, the feint into the attack kind of thing, and Moira's probably demonstrating a few tricks. May even graduate to having Aurelia hit a training dummy with her knives or something. I'm imagining that Hurin and Thorin are just kind of watching this, just like, damn, swords. So
That's rad.
They're probably that's rad. They're probably not wanting to go out anywhere in the afternoon currently.
I'll probably engage them with a little bit of sparring since they seem to be in that mood.
Yeah, they want to stretch their legs, but more in just the sense that they want to be up and out of the ship hold or deck. Yeah. So morning shopping, hearty lunch, and
Alas,
practice some
Nicholas.
techniques.
Nicola's the only one in the family with an affinity for boats.
I I think there are some people who tolerate boats, but no,
I mean,
it is
Conrad's
not your
not
natural
against
character.
them. He just doesn't have any knowledge of actually operating them. So,
No, that's fair.
But yes,
but he is also
Irwin
part
would-
egg. So,
Yes. Irwin would, kind of like I said, like hold her hand up to hide her words. And if you don't mind me saying, Miss Aurelia did already suggest to me that if I wanted to go out anywhere, I could, ask one of the other young gentlemen for an escort and not stick with her. I
That's
wouldn't
good.
think anything of it, of course. Kind of straightens her skirts a little, but your sister is a mindful lady. I wouldn't say she's quite like Ike. First of all, she hasn't arranged, to rearrange anybody's bones with a smith's hammer.
well, I think she's a bit more
Yes.
subtle than that.
Aye. No, subtle my sister is not. But you cannot hammer iron and be subtle either. At least I don't think so. Maybe I should ask Master Inos if it works like that. But generally, in my experience, no. You cannot be subtle with anvil.
Usually not. At least not at first. Maybe later on when you're doing some of the detailing on stuff. But you're right. Enos probably knows a bit more about detail work with metal.
She kind of smiles and nods and says, "Well, no wonder my sister and father are quite fond of you, Lord Logi. You understand the iron. That's good."
I'm quite fond of all of them as well.
No, don't worry after me. Master Enos's discussion of social meetings is perfectly fine with me. I shall take what I receive, and we shall see where the rest of it falls after. She kind of, smiles,
Very good.
pushes some of her slightly curly, almost literally gold-colored hair, out behind. Once again, you get the impression that Yerwin takes much more after her mother and is probably maybe even a little more socially adroit than actually, this is a good question. Well, Conrad, what's your grace level?
I have, what was it, 3 ranks?
All right, yeah. So she's probably despite being several years younger, probably at least as socially adroit as Comrade is. I am perfectly prepared.
Very good. That's about it. Just wanted to check in with her, make sure.
Yep.
Because he did, while I said he didn't have to actually do anything for the gift he received, he did take that as partially mean to take care of her sister, so.
Yeah. But yeah, no. She takes it in stride, and she has a perfectly good time watching, everybody else, waggle around with, practice weapons, get some spars in. Works on her embroidery.
All right.
Yeah, you probably have a pleasant, afternoon in the gentle spring sun.
To make good activity in.
All right. In that case, let us round out the day, because the club section will probably be long, so we'll probably do kind of like we did this time, next time, and do that chunk, and then get through the next morning chunk.
I'm hoping next session we do the club, get the morning, and at least do the ceremony.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We can club it up, because I honestly don't know how long you'll be hanging out there. We'll see what's up with the social club. But let's check in first with Inos. You go and see Noctiluca Rimos. Yes, Noctiluca and the other, possible members of House Rimos probably have a quiet corner of the Oro compound, which is, a little more, not literally, but, dark and stormy than the rest.
Mhm.
Big drawn curtains, dark wood furnishings, got a couple of extra suits of armor in the corner. Noctiluca is probably, sitting taking afternoon tea and trouncing her brother at Quattram.
Mhm.
You were probably announced by
Yes.
a footman.
Inos will approach the the table where they're gaming, pull up a seat and sit, but he won't say anything until the game's actually done.
All right. Vaclin probably, gives you a side glance of just, curiosity, but Noctiluca just keeps playing and, nods to you, acknowledges your presence, but doesn't get into it. This is his first time on screen, her younger brother Vaclin. Obviously, same stock, so he's kind of, a little bit, like, more darker skin tone than maybe average in Troikarum, but still maybe a little more pale than other people from Aquinar. Kind of got that dark brown, almost or lightish brown, almost red eye color. His hair is more of a going for kind of the dark mop. He's got persona protagonist hair.
Okay, so if Noctiluca's a vampire, this kid's a werewolf.
Maybe not quite that shaggy, but yeah, he's chilling. They're both kind of simply but darkly appointed. It's been a little bit since you've seen her, so Noctiluca has probably grown maybe half a head.
Oh, I can have it? Oh, okay, I'll leave it.
Not super tall, but still got a lot of elegance in her build. Little lanky. She has taken more frequently to wearing a rapier at her hip.
Mm-hmm.
The Vaclin is also wearing a sword, but he's definitely kind of like I think like gangly tall.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's probably gonna end up as tall as like Leslok or maybe Logesh.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not as bulky as like Konrad.
Okay, this boy got some growing to do.
Yeah, he's still in his awkward first phase of growth.
Okay.
He tries very valiantly, but he cannot keep up with his sister, who is very experienced at this. But when the game finishes, Vaclin just kind of tips over his High King piece in a surrender and just kind of, you have gotten me again, sister. She just kind of nods and turns, offers a hand to Inos.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, Mr. Inos, you grace us with your presence once more.
It's like, oh no, my lady, it is me who is graced every time we meet. You will take her hand, kiss the back of it.
Of course.
Like, I'm sorry. How do you pronounce the young man's name again?
Just trying to make sure I've got my consonants in the right order. It is Vaclin.
Vaclin.
Vaclin. It's like, and Enos will turn to young Vaclin. Young Vaclin, well played. Well played. Do not take... I'm sure your sister would say, do not take losing at... Do not think of it as losing. Think of it as just figuring out another way not to succeed.
I didn't lose. I just failed to win.
He kind of, folds his arms, not in like a sulky way, but in like a thinking way, and kind of, starts pursing his lips in and out and just kind of nodding slowly.
It's like, as I'm sure your sister has said many times again, it's like, has said before, probably a fair times, if I understand her correctly. But, excuse me, but one just needs to make sure that you do not repeat the mistakes you've made in this game again, and eventually victory will be well within your grasp.
Yes, I still have many years to catch up, but we are working. Noctiluca kind of takes back the conversation. She gestures, to a servant to maybe fetch some more tea. if Inos is not tired of it.
Nah.
But she says, "Well, I would love to say that I am the only reason you came here. The Baron was quite excited. I take it you have finished your meeting with him?"
I have. We actually had a bit of business to take care of. But it may make you happy to know that you were, of course, on the forefront of my mind. And I have brought you a little something to prove it. Enos will pull out the fashionable black warg cloak.
She'll actually like fully get up from her seat and take it, probably try it on.
Mm-hmm.
My, a princely gift.
Mm.
Vaka kind of arches his eyebrows. Turns to you. This is not normal fur. Is this warg hide?
Indeed, there was a pair of them that was terrorizing the countryside. Enos, catches himself because he was about to say the Logi lads.
You could say the Logi brothers.
I honestly thought you were about to go into Prince of Bel-Air skit.
No, he's trying not to be rude. To be rude. The Logi brothers led a hunting party, and I had the privilege of being a part of it. And so I'm sorry. Do you guys remember if I got the kill on the black or the white one?
It was the black one.
It
It was the black one.
It was the black one.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yes.
you'd be interested to know that I skilled the kill on this black one.
Oh my.
Enos will take a moment to regale them of the
Thoughtful
tale of
and
the hunt.
dashing. Yes.
So we put a bunch of bombs in a field.
No.
No, that was the bandits.
Right, that was the bandits. Sorry.
Let's see. Wait a
I'm
second.
still amazed that plan actually worked.
The warg hunt started with Nicola flashbang the two wolves. We popped out of the bushes and gave them the what for.
It worked pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Which
We
was
did a
good because they were
drive-by.
fucking huge. They were the size of horses.
And the
Teeth
only
like
thing that only thing that actually injured one of us was just a normal wolf.
Yes.
Yeah, they had a pack of follower wolves.
It's because we have good threat assessment.
It's true.
Yes.
But yes, no. Trying to think. Noctiluca is not disinterested, obviously. As we've discussed, her family often has to deal with some monster hunting themselves. But she kind of, I feel like, takes it in stride, just kind of nods along, like, yeah, that sounds about right. I said it a little low, but before you said you would retell a story, she said, kind of low, oh, thoughtful and dashing, that kind of thing. Vauclin is much more like openly interested, nodding along, and occasionally he's like, and then?
I mean, this is exactly the reason why I'm telling this story. I'm not telling this for Noctiluca. I'm telling this for Vauclin.
Yeah. I shall have to speak with these Logi brothers. And Noctiluca says, I am sure you will meet many Logis, my brother, when we are here.
Yeah.
I
Throw a
assume you
rock and
have
you'll hit one of us.
brought many of them this time.
Yes, we came with a little bit of force, both the Logi brothers, as well as a few others, plus several of our other younger heirs, several new debutants. Actually, that reminds me, I've already got permission from the Baron. But Vauclin, would you be interested in meeting some of our young debutants? We have a couple lads here who have no friends and could have no friends and probably could use a bit of company here. Trust me, we have two boys here surrounded by nothing but by a lot of ladies. I think it's time to get to them.
Vauclin just gives a pointed look at his sister, and she just kind of like smirks back at him. I would not say no to company, Master Logi. As you can see, these days I mostly only have my sister for it, as the House of Oro does not have many young people my age. And while of course he says it with a kind of like firmness to his tone, like maybe his sister has called him out on this before. I respect and honor the daughter of House Oro. Lady Paz and myself do not have a lot of common ground. She spent a lot of time studying at the chemical college.
Enos nods to this. Oh, I know. I am fair acquainted with Lady Paul herself. Not quite as much as Nicola. I swear he's trying to adopt that girl.
You can't prove that.
Noctiluca just, gives a little.
I can build a good argument for it.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Noctiluca manages to pull off a little like cute one snaggletooth smile. Gets one canine out there, just like he should be careful. I think the Lady Paz would rather perform it the other way around.
That is totally what would happen.
You said Snagglepuss, and that's what the voice I was hearing in my head.
Snaggletooth, for sure.
Snaggletooth.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
But
It's got Snagglepuss on the brain.
But oh, indeed, I'm pretty sure when I left this afternoon, he was off to go visit her in the archive. She had written some rather interesting notes. It seems like she might be a bit busy, distracted, trying to run away from home while not running away from home. I'm not entirely sure.
Noctiluca, kind of makes a reassuring gesture and says, "No, there is no need for that. But she is driven by work. How you say? One of those. Tigridiora, I usually make sure to shadow her. You will find this interesting, though, Inos. Also, through some of his diplomatic prowess, the Baron has wrangled a new attendant for the young lady. She's accompanied by a member of the Desert Keith.
Oh.
He is an auspice, I believe is the word they used for it. A healer, a soothsayer in training.
Interesting. Seems like Baron Oro is trying to do some extra work in getting the Desert Kith out of the desert. Enos
And
pondered.
across the water.
Vaktan kind of, rubs his hair and is like, I don't know why they would want to leave the desert. That is their home. They live there, right? If Enos doesn't have any comments, his sister will probably pop in and be like, "Oh, and you are very much at home right now, are you? Huh?
That's like,
You would rather be standing upon the parapet, brooding, staring at the ocean as thunder rolls on Castro Nox?
that castle is very good for brooding, I will say.
Well, our ancestors built it out of the bones of an imperial fortress, so it has that kind of air to it.
Oh, now I wonder if there's like a secret tech base.
Probably not a tech,
Sort of-
but they built it with imperial,
I swear to
stolen
God.
imperial, quote unquote.
Is her
technology.
dad Batman? Like, I swear to God, her dad.
I mean,
Not
they're
literally.
sigil of the Flying Fox, so they're pretty fucking close.
Yeah, their sigil is the bat. Their knightly order is the Order of the Flying Foxes. Like they know what's up.
The only hidden tech in their castle is a light that shines a bat in the sky.
Actually, what is lighthouse technology
Fox.
like right about now?
So dedicated lighthouses exist. I believe they're basically powered by like mirrors and
Big fire?
probably a really big oil lamp, basically.
Okay.
And the sanity of the lightkeeper.
Yeah, a little bit of that. No,
Yeah,
depending on
check
where they
some-
are.
I need to check.
Okay.
I did mention earlier, though it's been several weeks, but the Biden is actually like not bifurcated, but split. There is like 2 lighthouses at either end. They're probably not as like technologically advanced, but they've been used as like watchfires for hundreds of years. These big, bonkily towers with lights in them.
Oh, interesting. Electrical lighting was in 1806. Okay.
Yeah, I don't actually know if you guys would have a theory of electrical generation is the main thing. Like
I feel like
No,
we
I
would
think-
as like a chemical thing, but maybe not like as a logical
No,
thing.
like I think we're still
fulminating jars, like you understand the concept of like lightning and that kind of like electrical congruence, but I
I
don't
don't
think
think-
anybody's quite got like. Good.
I don't think we've necessarily understood lightning as a power source. Like we understand that like we can make steam turbines and we get that to turn other things like
I mean,
like
lighthouses definitely exist.
no, it's just big oil lanterns. It's just big oil lanterns with reflective surfaces like mirrors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
our
I'm sure
next.
those-
I honestly do think like the next step in our tech tree would probably be steam propulsion.
Like, not to be too much of a history nerd, but lighthouses are older than like most civilization.
Well, I'm sure
Yeah,
that those two towers at the Biden were originally probably just, towers with bonfires on them.
Yeah.
No, that's what the oldest lighthouses are like. But like he was asking about like modern lighthouse technology. Yeah, they would have. They're at the point of like mirrors and probably using like bonfires that are oil driven rather than just big stacks of wood, or maybe even some in Norlon anyway, some black rock coal,
Oh,
Peat,
clean coal.
or peat, maybe.
Well,
Yes,
so-
peat is a common export from the Marcages.
I wonder what it will technologically make with actual, like, the full power of control the elements of alchemy, honestly.
don't know.
Mm.
Like I said, I just wanted to know about lighthouses because I was just imagining there's probably a spookyish lighthouse probably on the Noctiluca lands, probably.
At least one, yes.
This is
They do have a lot of coastline.
yeah.
Yes.
This is a lighthouse designed from 1600s. So,
Yeah, so
Cool.
big fires, some
But-
focusing lights.
Inos will, let's see, what we were talking about that? Him brooding. Oh, yes, the Desert Kith. Well, if I can manage it, I'll see if I can have a conversation with Paz and the
Remy.
Desert Kith. Remy?
Yes.
Remy.
Remy.
Kith of Sun Sand, I believe.
Sun.
Most of the desert Kith are named after the sun or the moon or some other natural phenomena.
Yes. I've actually been quite working on the tongue. I think I finally have the trick of it.
I feel like Noctiluca gives you an aside glance, but does not make a verbal comment about any talents your tongue has.
Oh,
oh my.
Quite practiced, aren't you?
We
Anyway.
will spare her poor brother any such
Yes.
illusion.
There's no-
Shock,
Oh,
mental.
I don't need to hear
damage,
this.
Shock damage to the head.
Yes, that would
There's no-
be. Alas, I must now go to the parapets of Castle Light and throw myself from them into the sea, perhaps.
I heard my sister making sexual innuendo.
Why is this a
trauma.
tank buster?
There's no trauma.
No,
Why is the Japanese man with the mustache saying this?
but Enos will inquire how have things been back home, and it's like, how are things in? I'm sorry, what is her position in her order?
Technically, she's actually done very well for herself. I believe she's a knight captain.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, no. Let me see.
Yeah, it's if anybody wants to know how that happened, I think basically like
Dame
through,
Captain,
like,
yes.
yes, Dame, yeah, she's a knight captain.
I have that because
Vauclin, yes, Vauclin.
Okay,
I
Yeah,
like
go ahead.
him.
I have noticed that because Leslok basically became heir in 3 years, or became lord in 3 years, Omega has just made other characters just be like equivalently something as impressive, but just kind of doesn't matter comparatively, so it just happens, works out.
I mean,
I mean, not necessarily. Most of them have gone from being squire to full knights just because they're older.
Yes, no, Noctiluca was a squire before. I remember this.
Yes.
Fair enough.
And now she's a captain of knights because I think that basically after the like Quattrum tournament and the other stuff, just hanging out with you guys, she actually started to apply her brain, which is not inconsiderable. I think she like had a decent score in strategy and tactics beforehand, because her her family are kind of the like spooky border guards of House Oro. They keep to themselves and they mind their spooky woods and their dark castles and their stormy oceans, you know? So she applied her brain power to like actually being good at her quote unquote job and has quickly risen in the ranks.
Mhm.
But yeah, yes, so she talks about things and says, spinning maneuvers are going. They're fine.
Mhm.
Repair from the winter storms on the castle. Also fine.
Inos, kind of waffles a little bit, but eventually he brings it up. And the monstrum attacks over the winter, they're nothing crazy?
I feel like, both scions of the House of Remus, like, not like a full grimace, but definitely kind of like, straight line game face, just like,
Mhm.
face.
Mm.
Noctiluca speaks first. No. She, kind of like touches the warg fur cloak, which she still has, probably, draped around her shoulders. No, it is more so than usual. I think this was the worst winter in the past decade. Vaclin just nods. Several charcoal burners. They work alone mostly. Have believed to have perished, and at least one logging camp was wiped out by Minyadis. Minyadis are, first of all, no jokes about nuts, because they're horrible bat monsters, giant vampire bats.
I had a feeling.
They are the most common type of monstrum in Ordo and Rearmouse's lands. There are a couple of other, like, for instance, the Sphinx that House Lampago takes their sigil from is supposed to be a, like, exceptionally rare, intelligent type of monstrum from the desert, which is, a cat with a human head. Little fuck your shit up.
I just think of the fucking, what was it? Dragon's Dogma 2 Sphinx, like that creepy fucking thing.
The noise a giant demon bat would make
I just
is
imagine the FGO Sphinx, and it's like, poof, poof.
Punch, punch.
fuck that Sphinx.
Being a monster hunter in this world is you never run out of a job.
No.
No, they
Yeah,
appear
but
to-
also you'll
to spawn
probably
from
be
nowhere.
dead.
Yeah, but you probably don't
but
have.
yeah.
You probably don't have your life expectancy. Probably in retirement. Probably not much.
No. But yeah, we have done purges, but this is why my father is not with us. Even though, as you may have seen, the Baron Oro has made sure to travel in force.
Yes, apparently many houses are traveling in force. Would you happen to know any reason why? We showed up in force because, well, we had quite an unfortunate incident happen 3 years ago and we don't want to repeat.
Vaclin just kind of shrugs and says, well, times are tense. Is that not the way of things? Noctiluca offers a little more of a reason. Says, well, I hear things. Through the Order of Flying Foxes, of course. There are rumors and troubles all around. I do not know much about House Martin specifically, but we do have some sea forts which are generously leased to the King's Navy in the territory of Rearmouse, and I do believe that some of them have been more active of late, leaving the stormy season. Rumors of increased pirate activity in the southern seas. House Espada, of course, always has spare cutters. She tries to look for a polite word. Vaclin just says bandits, warlords, brigands. She, acquiesces the point. Aye.
Do we have the oh god, what was the letter of marque? Was it letter of marque? That basically
Yes, you would
licensed
have letters of
privateers.
Yeah.
Enos will pop in. I believe the official term is privateer.
Yes, when the mercenaries and captains are paid, but When the pace stops, the House of Spada's lands. Tempest has an excess of men and women who, well, as the Baron says, uh, their only skills in life are knowing which end of a sword or spear to hold. When you must use that skill to secure your dinner, things get unpleasant. Usually, House of Spada is very disciplined. By the way, out of character, this is just made me think. I would like to note, lots of people have heard about your pirate encounter because you guys sent some messages ahead, and like how Saltire sent some messages ahead.
And Nicola messaged the Admiral.
Yeah. Nicola wrote a note to the Lady Admiral, stuff like that. Nobody has commented on any rumors about you guys dealing swiftly with those bandits because that knowledge has not left Norlon. You are that news, and you're not really spreading it around. So
Yeah.
Just kind of, I feel like that was a good comment to bring up now, because
I might bring it up.
Noctiluca does not bring up any of your own anti-bandit operations at this point. She just says that House of Spada, they make sure usually in late spring, summer to stamp these things out, but there are occasionally incidents at the border. It's usually the rule of House Lampago to guard that side of our lands.
Interesting. So you've been seeing increased bandit activity across the board, then?
That's what Tigrian and her father have mentioned.
Interesting. Yes, we've had the same over in Tyne. Shoot. Now that I'm thinking about this, I slightly regret that we didn't stop by House Egg. They're running a bit late, and we didn't really check in with them. House Verity has its own problems Bad winter storms, foundering ships. It seems like everyone's had a really bad winter overall. I wouldn't be surprised if House Verity, House Cheval had some misgivings now.
If you do not mind me speaking frankly, Noctiluca crosses her arms. I do not think you would be able to tell if House Verity had a bad winter. The Count would be as well groomed and perfumed as always. Perhaps a word to Egan, or she would say it Lord Egan. She wouldn't forget the honorific. Or what is the name of that bloody great mountain man from House Woodwose? Codrin? Cogwin? Something like that?
Codwin.
Thank you. Yes. He's not much one for conversation, but I think he would speak plain.
I'll ask my cousin Konrad to get in touch with him. I feel like we might need to get a better idea of what's happening in the realm. This seems a little too much.
Well, once again, if I'm not speaking out of turn in this context, I am merely the humble lady of an esteemed banner house, and you are the esteemed fosterling of a high house, but the avenue to that would be through your own, now hopefully soon to be Marquess Logi.
Oh,
I believe we have all seen fit to take our announcements that the king will be summoning him to the palace tomorrow morn.
oh, indeed. But it never hurts to do a bit of work on one's own.
Mm-hmm. Well, we all have our ways.
Indeed.
I feel like at that moment, speaking of which, she gestures a hand. You see a, you're not 100% sure. Is it a courier? Is it a man at arms dressed down? But somebody pops in, passes Noctiluca a note. Bows to everybody and dismisses himself. Noctiluca checks the card. Well, you have wondered where House Ache is. Word has come from the harbor. Their ship has arrived.
Oh, most excellent.
I do not know who is aboard, but I'm sure you have ways of finding out.
Hmm.
I imagine she just kind of like palms the card and you're not sure where it went.
Sleight of hand. Cool. I have a question. Is it that the ship was sighted, or is it actually I pulled in the port?
Has docked.
Has docked. Okay. Well,
Yes,
it's too late for us. Too late for us to form a welcoming committee.
Yes, sadly.
Oh well.
But you guys you guys had no way of knowing they'd arrive in the afternoon, but you were busying yourself with other stuff.
No,
Yeah.
I actually had an idea to pay some people just to watch the harbor and let us know when the ships arrived, but I completely blanked from my fucking mind. Should have wrote that one down.
Although
yes.
that does make me more worried about House Verity, but whatever. I'm not here.
Because I did want
It hasn't even been a full day since we arrived. Well, about a full day.
Yeah, so, but still, it's one of those things I wanted to do just so I can, get ahead of things. And I totally spaced on it. Blah. Anyway.
But yes. Any more discussion points you would like to have with Dr. Luca?
No, not really. I just want to. I'll probably play a game of Quatron with her. Get my ass kicked.
Go ahead and roll knowledge plus tactics for me, buddy. We'll see.
Remember the one time you went? The lucky time you won to win, or the first?
You know how we make the jokes about?
Oh, she's so fucking
You were close.
But
Get
put up a
fucked.
good fight.
I think that's what she says. Oh, you were close this time.
I'm gonna turn to Valkyrin and she's like, see? Bit by bit, I catch up.
Ned is never going to put points as tactic.
You really need. You must work on your game with the Dragon Knight, though. I understand. Flying chariots are very inspiring, very neat, as they say. But broaden your strategies. As I think I've discussed this before, I think Quattrarm is very similar to chess and like how the pieces are shaped, but I think it's probably a bit like fairy chess or shogi, where you can either swap your units or promote them into getting some very interesting wombo combos like Flying Chariot, Dragon Knight, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Makes sense for this one.
Because your different houses and lands are well known for some very exotic units.
A bishop could become a dragon sorcerer.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but
A knight could become an Oliphant. War Oliphant.
But play a game, pleasantries. I will ask for the privilege to taking her to dinner some evening soon. Excuse me.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
I am sure I will have evenings free.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's probably like if not a joke she has made just to Inos before, a recurring joke with House Rearmouse is just like, oh yeah, we're free in the evening.
Yes. But
it gets dark early, so.
Yes. But then Inos will make his pleasantries, once again, kiss the back of Noctiluca Rearmouse's hands. Maybe let the hand linger in his for a little bit. And then he'll make his departure.
Right, you reconvene with the crew.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's probably, you took tea mid to late afternoon. You have the notes about House A.
Yes.
You have post-dinner plans for the club. Is there anything you'd like to swing in motion for? Like late afternoon, dinner hour type stuff?
Inos is going to get started on the Jewel Dragon Pin.
Okay.
Right.
Do you want to roll your expert goldsmith now, or after taking some prep tim?
No, I think. Oh, I have a question. Will I get bonus die for having the journeyman and the apprentice?
Yeah, you'll get +1 for help.
No, then I can roll now.
All right.
Because I will have 10 dice.
Nice.
And we'll see how based on height and width, we'll see how long this project is going to be.
Roll the first ever 1 to 10 straight.
That'll be.
Lucky said something that reminded me of something I wanted to ask. I'll do it.
Well, he's rolling. You can. Okay, never mind.
Yes.
3 5s and 2 10s.
No, I'm taking the 2 10s.
Yeah.
Omega, I will.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, no, please finish what you were saying.
I was going to say, with the 10s, only a 2 by width, but the 10s, this would be a very diligent, methodical working. You do everything by the book, double, triple check your work kind of stuff, maybe even use some sample materials. Like I said, maybe work with some of your lighter gemstones and work with some material that's not the orichalcum itself to like make sure you've got everything down. That kind of stuff. It will take you probably what did you estimate with Leslok? Like a week?
2 to 3 days, if good.
If like out of like straight hours, like we're talking straight hours, I was thinking anywhere between like 12 to 24 hours. Just broken up like because of days. So that's why I said like.
Yeah, so probably gonna keep around that time estimate, but you do not have to survey the project all the time because you have an apprentice to go for, handle, set stuff for you, and you have a journeyman to like double check and back your own work. So definitely like not by tomorrow, obviously, because you're starting in the late afternoon, early evening times. But
Omega, I have a question. This might be really weird. If I take that what was it, vigor wine, and stay up all night, could I finish it by tomorrow?
Ooh, if you want to work through the night, yeah, you could have your.
I'll have my apprentices like sleep somewhere else, but Inos will douse all the lights, work in complete darkness, and just get in the fucking zone.
Yeah,
Get
no,
dark
you could
adjusted.
absolutely finish it by
dark
tomorrow.
vision.
Yes, because these guys can basically lay all the groundwork. Like even when you're out, like after taking like dinner and you go out to like visit the social club, they can still like keep laying the groundwork and make sure all the materials are prepped. And then if you just work through the night, yeah,
I think that's what I want to do. So Enos is gonna go to the fucking hey man, fucking. Actually, what does vigor wine do?
Is it alchemy?
Let me pull up exactly what it does.
Yes, please. Like I want to know like the drawbacks like after you come off of it.
It's not out. It's okay. So
I'm coming down.
Where is it?
different basically
Where's this listed?
so
so
it doesn't
actually
say
to
what
make
it
vigor
does.
wine.
Yes, I have to make a knowledge herbalism roll.
Yeah, you have to make a herbalism roll.
Oh, is it in that?
The drink gives the drinker's next vigor roll bonus equal to the width of the herbalism success.
Oh, okay.
And staying awake is a vigor roll.
Yes, and it says that it has some elements to like.
It's kind of meth. It's like
magical.
it's like 80. No, it's like ADHD
Actually, no.
medication.
You're
It's
thinking
legal
of
meth.
the next one. It's night-long draught is the one that you don't sleep. Do you have the 4 point?
No, I don't have the 4.1. I have
Okay,
vigor wine.
Vigor wine is for healing, activity, pain killing. Night-long draught. It's like vigor wine, but it gives you extra endurance.
Okay.
Yes.
That
So
one
does
does
vigor wine
last for
help
about a
at
year after
all?
being brewed, so you could set that up. But during that time, the first endurance roll you make has dice equal to the bonus dice, and yes, it would work to keep you awake. It says it gives you a steady burn of alertness and energy for about 4 hours.
Well, I guess here's my second question. When do I start taking penalties for not sleeping?
Let me actually read, because that would be endurance, I believe. Let me actually double check the endurance skill, because there are some notes about some stuff.
Because even if I'm not taking it, I'll ask Emily before she goes to bed to give me a hot cup of give me a hot pot of red leaf, and I'll just slam that throughout the
hard for a
night.
very long time. Roll body plus endurance. If you succeed, you keep going interrupted. If you fail, you take a point of shock damage to your torso. Yeah, I know. So I don't think you would start to take penalties like right away.
Okay.
Let me double check if vigor has any outlines of that. No, it's just for healing. Yeah, so no, it would the main thing I think is just like, because obviously you don't if you're not resting, you can't roll vigor to heal.
Yeah.
So if you fail your endurance rolls, you will just be taking, unmitigated shock damage to your torso. You will be wearing yourself out. Eventually, if your torso fills with shock, you become dazed, I think, which is like -1d to everything. But you're already making the roll. Basically, the question is, how beat up are you going to be after you complete the project?
Well, like I said, I'm gonna commit to that. So how many rolls should I make?
It would be one body plus endurance roll, I think, for skipping one night's worth of sleep.
Okay.
You don't have to roll that right now though, because you're not skipping the sleep yet.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm fair to say you're locked in because you want to have the project done. Probably like if you. Well, I guess the question is, how much do you want to risk being fucking dead ass tired at the oath ceremony tomorrow?
And you're not coming to the club? I guess the question too.
No, I'm going to the
No.
club.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
Like I said, he can have his apprentice and journeyman friends do the prep work.
I mean, I'll
Okay.
risk it
You could have it ready by that morning then, yes.
because then I can.
If you're willing to risk being. You're probably still going to be tired regardless. If you fail the endurance roll and take the shock damage, you are probably going to look and act visibly tired.
Mm-hmm.
But also, your good pal Nicola might have some stuff to juice you up. After that.
That's
so
what Vigor Wine's
maybe look
for.
So bad.
Just activate the venom.
Yeah, that's when I give you the vigor one.
Yeah. All right. But yes, because I want to basically get this done, get it to the Goldsmiths Guild as early as possible, get my mastership, and then get it to Leslok.
I'll get the box.
No, I'll get the box. I know
Okay.
the goddamn dimensions of it.
Fair
You're
enough.
not gonna see it until I'm done with it.
I guess in respect to that, Omega, Leslok's going to have someone, probably just one of the staff. I can vaguely see that. Check in and just report in when the hot boys have shown up.
The hot fries are here.
The hot
Huh?
road, yeah.
Okay, when the pets boys actually have shown up.
You
Well, they...
mean the
Oh,
Verdes.
you knew this already because she left you a note. Nerissa's here.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
okay.
also arrived like this morning, just coming from inland. So
Oh, okay.
presumably she's been as busy as you guys have.
Yeah. No.
Never
if
mind
You
then.
you want to drop a note to just be like, be pre-planning on arranging a meeting. You can do that. You'll presumably see her though tomorrow morning.
I will. Maybe I can just tell her that. So I will see, depending
You
on
should have
how
some
alive Enos is.
private time post ceremony, but yeah, we'll see how good everybody is there.
But
Okay, all right. Yeah, you don't have to roll your endurance yet because you're not actually doing the sleeping.
Yeah, but I do want to ask, because I got a height 10, can I increase the wealth of this item by 2? As it's the highest quality I can effing muster.
Let's see. What do we?
I don't know if is that possible because it's
That is
already
covered as
increased. It's already increased. It's already increased.
But by the
wealth three.
orichalcum. But here's the thing. They say that exceptionally crafted items can get a wealth bonus. They actually say that this is automatic and when you get the master of title, anything you make it that automatically gets wealth. But since this is 10, this is a plus 10. This is a full 10. I was hoping to squeeze 2 wealth out of it. I think I can argue for 1 no matter what. But I like to.
I guess the question
Also
is,
the
so
covetous
it's already
twist.
probably because it's roughly equivalent to a jeweled brooch. It's probably already worth 2.
Yes.
The orichalcum takes it to plus 3 to 5. So you got to get to 6. Is there a reason you want to go to 7? Other than
Well, it's
just
just that remarkable.
maximizing?
I'm just maximizing. Like I said, 6 was my minimum. I wanted minimum to at least hit 5 so I can ask for that plus 1. But since I got a 10, I'm gonna ask for that plus 2 because I wanted this item to be treasure 2 minimum. That's what I wanted, minimum.
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth at least treasure 2. Yeah, we can say it's the equivalent. Let me actually double check. What is? There are a couple of things that are what's the word I'm looking for? Wealth 7 in value. Or treasure 2-ish. Where is the armory?
Like the crown jewels or
Let's
something like
see. The closest thing we have, let's see, your value items around that is 8, which is a royal wedding dress. At first, there's something actually at 7.
No,
in the
crown
list.
jewels are 9.
True.
True. So it's not quite a crown jewel.
Well, I think crown jewels means plural, like a assortment of them. It's just not
Well,
single.
yeah, the jewels within a crown. Yeah, I think we could say it's equivalent of 7. You've rolled the 10s. This is going to be your declared mastery.
Yes.
Do I tell the
So,
Rith that
like-
this is like actually a masterful, just masterwork made personally for her?
Yes, this is what you're going to tell her. This is why we are going all the fucking way out.
Good. Okay. Cool.
And this is the reason why you're going to help me take over the world one day.
Right. That
I did
also
say
reminds-
that, and I am holding up to that.
that also reminds me. I have to make a new bar of orichalcum
Yes, you do.
for myself.
Because
Alright.
Yeah.
you gave me the one that went into this
Well,
one. Yes.
No, that's where I'm.
Inos went
that's where-
power hungry. Where's my shotgun?
That's what I'm going to be
Went
doing.
power
That's
hungry.
first.
Joke's on you. Enos has always been power hungry.
I mean, he is related to a guy who's got greed in his title, even if he's not that greedy. That's right. I remember in the precious items, the 7 through 8 rank is a pearl of great price. I didn't include that in the list because that's basically there is a joke. Because pearl of great price is the name of a
Funny joke.
book.
Oh, basically, is that the people got killed over?
I don't remember what the story of the pearl of great price is. It might be actually, is it a parable from the Bible?
I don't know.
My Bible studies are very minimal. Yes, it is a parable.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's a barrel.
Parable of the Pearl. So yeah, it's like it is meant to represent an item of, generically great value that is not particular. So yeah, that I think definitely works into the 7 zone.
Okay.
We'll round to the nearest category because it won't actually affect the value in like treasure, for instance.
Oh, I forgot to mention, though, I do have the coveted twist. I know we're not selling it, but narratively, this is a very alluring piece of jewelry. It doesn't.
Oh yes, no.
It might give her a bonus die.
I mean, maybe for certain circumstances, but this is going to be a thing that people covet. People are going to see this and want this.
Yes. Like
Oh no.
yes.
Maybe. Oh yes. Sure.
Also, I would like to say, you've created an item that is of a value of probably around treasure 2. That is like you've created an item that has a for a fact because you've coveted twist and everything. This has a market price for a jeweled hairpin. This has a market price, the equivalent of like how much it would cost for having a like city estate built. Like this thing has the same property value as at the very least the land Torchlight Hall is built on. Not all the shit in it and like the buildings, but you know what I mean. Like,
yes.
It doesn't buy the
this
deed.
thing is worth a lot. I would also like to point out a small fortified tower or a stout fort can also be built for two treasure.
It does mean, I will say the word enough. It does mean by hand, Enos on his own cannot make something that would be able to increase our own wealth. Yet.
Not yet, unless he's working with like the raw materials. But if you get him a wombo combo, if he can work those jewels into an embroidered dress or like into a high
crown?
level work of art, a crown. You guys may be able to pay back that Oro loan, no problem.
Yeah.
The loan in a month. Yeah.
Oh my god.
We come back the next day. So, by the way, here you go.
Well, no. Enos is gonna Enos might be a little late to the ceremony, depending on how things go.
Yes, I mean, but also honestly, like Loth, you joked, "Oh, here you go." Remember, you guys were only you did go up to treasure 3, but you were only loaned 1 treasure point.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, this art piece is so, especially because it's got covetous.
It's more
twist
than
on
our
it, so I'm willing
coffers.
to give it some extra.
It's
extra levels.
slightly more than what we have in our coffers.
Like, not in like raw liquidity, but like you could, if you made a item of similar high quality, not this exact item, I don't think, because you've got a purpose for it. This could be collateral to avoid defaulting on your loan if needed.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to
Like-
pull something like this out. Like, well, actually, maybe.
Actually, the only thing that was hard to get was the gems, and those aren't hard because technically the Orichalca came directly from Nicola's hands.
Well, no.
I mean, yeah, but he has to keep access to those raw materials,
Yeah.
Like they're under his wealth level, but he has to be able to purchase them.
Yeah.
Yes. And also, I'm not just going to be an orichalcum printing factory all
Yeah.
the time.
You
No,
it
we'll
does
find
take
someone
an
else.
hour.
It's like how I'm not like awakening everything.
Yeah.
You know.
True.
But like, if you wanted to start it at a basic level, a jeweled necklace, for instance, is like 3. Finding high quality gems like pearls is like 2. So there's
Speaking of that, wait,
There-
Omega,
basically-
but yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the club invitation, did that ask for Nicola specifically?
Yes. Each of the
So-
player characters was invited by name.
So Enos,
And no
how
one else.
likely are you to let Nicola get out of going to the club?
Well, first off, it depends on your reason.
To make more orichalcum.
Nah, not a good enough reason.
Yeah,
You could do that tomorrow.
Like, if you
Alright.
really want to make orichalcum, you can do the same thing that Enos is doing and stay up all fucking night.
Oh no, I probably am. I have the vigor wand for it.
All right. So no, we have been
Yeah, I think
invited by someone who is very near and dear to Enos' heart, and he is not gonna let you get out of it.
I know.
Actually,
I
that's a
thought
good
I'd
question.
ask.
Enos, have you picked up that though it was typed, this letter probably came from the hand of the third princess? Have you told anybody else about that one?
I thought I.
I'm pretty sure you
Yeah,
did.
it did.
Yeah, no,
Okay. If
because
you guys remember that we brought it up, then yes. Okay.
no, because I remember
wanted to
like I
double check.
wasn't, and then you were like, "Are you sure?" She put everyone by name. She mentioned everyone by name.
Well, no. That was about that they were invited. You were just gonna pocket the invitation and not tell them. But
Oh no,
I
I
don't know
sorry.
if
I
you-
meant like when I meant that I wasn't gonna tell it was from the princess.
Oh, okay. Then yes.
Okay. Then yes, no, I would not.
Okay.
I would have mentioned that everyone is invited, but no, not that it was from the princess, because people
Yes.
might get weird ideas.
I do want to say that we're probably start wrapping up after any like lingering scenes, but I just want to say I'm kind of impressed. It's like if we all put our stuff together, we could probably sell something that's like 5 if
Oh.
we like put it all fucking together.
Oh, don't you worry. Just wait till I get a fulfillment of form or grave industry. Grave industry means that as long as if I working with a population of 60 per month Iron Demon, I can just produce +1 treasure. Not 1 treasure,
Oh, you're-
+1 treasure.
We should probably wait until we have a bit more, but yeah, when you put that in, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, no. So like, don't worry. I also have a fulfillment of form, which is I think 2 away from
I
here,
see that.
which will, if I have a large amount of unworked mineral wealth, I can create treasure and stuff. It just that's my month-long action though. So no,
Yeah,
like don't
you just
worry.
have to-
Enos has way to make money. He just doesn't have them
yeah.
right now.
Oh yeah, so yeah, 2 ways to get permanent +1s. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I guess
Well,
what's the maximum
and, you know-
stat? 6 or 5 for
6.
companies?
6 is the cap for companies.
Okay, so
Omega, did you
Yes.
answer? Were you able to answer my question I asked earlier?
I don't remember which question was it.
What is the legality
Oh, yes, I did type.
regarding homunculus?
Well, because I asked you a question back. Are you making an animal or a humanoid, Tarquin?
Those are different legalities, I assume.
Yes.
humans.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It says right in this description, but animals are permissible. Humans are hella illegal and also heretical. Go straight to church jail. Do not pass go.
As we've noticed, a
You're
lot
going
of
to
laws.
hell,
There's a
actually.
lot of laws about making false life and making falsifying invigoration of life.
So I can't create life. Got it.
Yeah, animals
Intelligent life.
are allowed. It's probably like scrutinized, but it's humans are already like in control of the life of livestock anyway. But if you make a human, like a human or a kindred with that spell, that's just an intelligent ass person. That's not even like a follower. Like you make a guy who has a whole ass like silhouette and stats and shit, and he just pops out of the ground. So like, yeah, no, that's not. This is against the rules. Yeah. Also, it takes like 30 days for you to fucking.
Oh.
You have to grow it from an embryo of sorts.
Yeah, you make a big
Huh.
clay vessel and stuff. Anyway, but yeah,
Well,
that's
sad.
yeah. There'll be other
I
opportunities.
wanted to play with the fabric of life and death.
Yeah, you'll have other opportunities.
This feels contradictory to who you are
I'll,
usually. but maybe
I'll
not.
show you the death. I mean, if you do that, so
yeah, yeah, you'll
Oh, for
find
real.
death. Conrad,
You know what's Conrad's saying? I can't
Okay.
think he's. I don't actually know he's joking half the time.
He isn't. I'm pretty.
I
sure.
mean, Konrad
Anyway,
is already iffy enough about sorcery. If you do something that's against the church and natural order, oh yeah. I mean, you might feel
I
sad
have a-
about it, but you
Actually,
know.
I have a question for-
natural order.
Actually,
Yeah.
I actually have a question. How common is sorcery? Is it like culturally dependent on like the area? Because I was curious, like how high is like skepticism of like witch hunting?
I mean, there's probably not like witch hunts like because you have an inquisitorius for that. The church has an armed police things. That's not really a witch hunt. Um, un you know Unrestricted sorcerers are very rare. Usually, sorcery is congregated to geographic regions or bloodlines, and a little of both. So, it depends on the art. Like, Veilers can technically pop up anywhere that's haunted. It's just usually they are funneled through the Ferretti lands because of mystical energy and stuff. But they also show up in the Cauldron, and there are probably others who are born in other like haunted locations. But they're very rare, and you have to be careful about claiming the arts. Enchanters are well, actually, technically, next up is probably Wind Witches, because they are very economically valuable. That is an art that requires careful cultivation of natural talent through the proper like mentality. So usually only House Modern like has the sheer throughput and the knowledge to train them. But hypothetically, they could be selected from anywhere. Enchanters are probably like the least common out of the one, because anybody can learn alchemy. You just have to be willing to study. Not everybody's going to have the talent to master high level shit. And obviously, the number of attuned alchemists are very low. Nicola is probably one of a group that's in probably, I would say, the 3 or 4 digits number.
Wow.
I mean, there's only like hundreds of thousands of people, I think, in the land itself.
Yeah, I don't actually. I'd have to check population factors. I don't know if we're in the millions, but yeah, like there are not a lot of attuned alchemists because going through the great work takes a lot of work, as it were.
Ta-da.
They probably don't, because they don't age. They do die of natural causes eventually, but they don't like physically age, so they probably stick around for a while. But yeah.
Oh god, Nicola, you're stuck at 19.
Enchanters is going to be out of the like commonly spread sorcery is going to be the least common, but that's because the Iron Demons are, cautious and a little cagey with their sorcery, and you guys are a little cautious and a little cagey with your sorcery, but you do tend to farm up anybody who displays the spark for it, which does seem to be concentrated probably to Norlon.
Give or take, like I think 1 or 2 other 2 places, but those are small.
I'm actually no. I don't know if Soulcraft shows up anywhere besides Norlon.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Don't declare things about the setting to the fucking game.
I'm sorry. I thought I was just remembering something.
Wait, am I actually going to be stuck at 20 forever?
Yes.
Oh, well, could be worse.
Like I said, you don't physically age. It's fine.
So you did it without fully understanding what was gonna happen to you. Lovely.
Nicola wouldn't.
That
It's
is-
very Gallus, but Nicola would have known. He would have to.
I know, but
Nicola
still.
would have been fine with it.
Yeah.
At least waited 2 years.
But yeah. So then out of like the other ones, dragon sorcery is, as you know, practically unheard of. There are no more dragon hearts to eat, at least in most of Troikoron. So it's
So much an mental way to not
difficult.
eat a dragon heart for it.
No.
Hey, guess what? The church doesn't want you to do that.
Yes,
it's in the
fair.
notes. There have been people have
That's-
studied like using fossilized dragon hearts, but they're like, hey, don't do that. That's wrong. That's not the correct way. You must prove your worthiness.
You must commune.
And then the other source of dragon sorcerers is very, very rarely miracle workers are born and members of House Hotroy show the ability. So that's like the rarest. Summoning is fairly
That's finicky.
rare. Like technically you only need to like develop mental study and fortitude, but the infrastructure House Venom built up is basically gone or under lock and key, so it's hard to like pick up the knack. Stone art sorcery, the runes is like kind of like alchemy. Technically anybody can start learning runes. Not everybody has the fucking guts to, carve them into their skin though. So it is mostly like just religious orders now. Anyway, that was a not that I minded doing that diversion, but we are now getting close to the 5-hour mark, and
I
said I was.
I only
able to
want
speak.
I mostly want to ask. It's like, is it mine? Is it Leslok and Cressida's fault that Conrad's like this? That he's skeptical of everything like this?
No.
Oh, I don't think Comrade is skeptical. I just think that Comrade is.
It just weirds him out. It's not
yeah.
something that he can do. He doesn't understand it. So he's like, okay, that's weird, but it's sorcery. It's a gift from the gods, but it's still weird.
Yeah, Comrade doesn't really grok any sorcery, and like I don't think because none of you have like accidentally gotten unwholesome. The only one of you who is unwholesome by default is Inos. And most of you are used to him because you guys are fucking. I don't think anybody but Leslok in this family natively had a lot of eerie. Like Nicola would have built up his eerie over a long time if he's got any. I assume he's got some because he is a sorcerer himself.
I'm a ghost.
But yeah, no, like I think Conrad is just like of a not strictly religious mind. Like he said, he's expanded his thoughts a little, but like he understands that sorcery is a tool that is meant to be used. Like it is a gift, but also is like, man, if they do any weird shit that's not allowed, that's not part of the gift part, man, I don't want no part of that. I'm gonna hit him with a sword.
That's no good.
Yeah, that's fair. Considering I guess he's raised around Veilers a lot, so it weird shit.
He knows a couple.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he's known just as many soul crafters. And I don't know what Logesh's opinions are on sorcery. He keeps that shit to himself. But yes,
Yeah, if it's useful, we can use it, but otherwise, just yeah.
I think we've got a decent grasp of what you guys are doing in the evening.
The one thing I wanted to mention is I would send some notes to House Egg to about for people, but that can be done during downtime. So
yeah, since we had a slight diversion there, you guys can think about if you want to do anything in particular for supper time, dinner time. You know, if you want to try and invite anybody over, you want to be invited, any kind of stuff like that. Dine out as opposed to dine in. You can think about that during the downtime. Next time we'll kick off with that and the club. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, I am slightly losing my marbles.
At least only slightly.
Yeah, I'm not as tired as I thought I was, but I did do a big yawn just then. And it is 1 a.m. now. Oh shit, I forgot. I was gonna do it at midnight, but we talked about something. We're through like 3 or 4 points in the rabbit hole. From where I was at midnight.
I take responsibility for this.
No, don't take it for the whole thing. You're only the last one in that rabbit hole. There were like 2 or 3 more in there. Sorry, and Loth's extending this by being cheeky. Hold on, now I have to. Right now.
God damn it!
When is he not?
I just went into the FGO channel and just said, "There's no ping."
And then I deleted your message in a helpless bit of oppression, and I have set the ping. Okay, let's tally EXP. Like I said, I want you guys to think about it if you want to do anything around dinner time, and then we'll do the social meeting, and hopefully the club will not. You know, it's supposed to be a social tuck in. Will not take the whole time, and we can get through the ceremony and stuff later. All right, cool, great. Everybody happy with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. EXP. You all showed up. I think everybody did an excellent job role playing.
Yeah.
Yay.
You all were very good in your character, even if some of you had to fight yourselves to be in character. I think we all did good.
Loth, take a pat on the back.
Yeah.
I think you did a good job.
I know for a fact that Aren had comrade notes down in the middle, and I'm like, I feel reasonably like 99% sure, even in my brain melt, that Lucky also wrote notes over the week.
I did.
I wrote like 5 the day after.
Yeah, was it the day after? I'm like, I think you got something.
Yeah, it was
there.
like I think it was like that evening or like the day after. I just wrote like 5.
You sure it was
Let's see,
5? Because I'm only seeing the
9.
Crown Prince on the 5th.
I thought I wrote updates to at least like
Yeah, no, if you
7.
add on things to comments, like I did several where I just added on to notes I already had, like for like Rhea schools. It doesn't. I don't think it updates that. Cause
Unfortunately,
I
yeah.
feel like the notes.
If you
the
edit
scrolling
them,
goes-
they don't.
Yeah.
If you add a second comment, I do get the alert.
I did add a second comment to at least like 2 of them, I think.
I feel like the comments have gone so far that it's like double the length of the Dramatis Personae.
That's every document I own. It's
Yeah, it is.
I mean, the comment part is long, but I think that's part of that is just formatting.
yeah.
Yeah, no, like,
Yeah.
because I know I put one here on the Crown Prince. I think I added one to.
I know I
Reyes
did add one to
Yeah.
Narissa. I did
Because I
add
know
one to-
that literally on the
Yikes.
7th, which was a couple days after our last one, I'd done the one like, oh no, I'm what if I meet her mother? Oh no, I caused this to happen.
Yeah.
I'll
All
put
right.
this-
So yes, use trace for sure. Let me scroll. I
You
think
did
Dallas's
this.
stuff was before last session.
Yes, no, it
I
was.
wish I could check all of my
didn't-
specific
I didn't do
comments.
nothing this week.
Okay,
I had work.
it happens.
I'm gonna try and do stuff before next time
Don't-
because I gotta get it done.
I don't
But
think we're yet at dramatic, possibly scrunchy turns of fate just yet.
Are you sure? I did make a super interesting piece of jewelry. This might change some shit.
That might be next session.
No, I don't think that's you're in the process of making it. It's still in your pocket. That hasn't we haven't spun that one out into the world yet.
Okay, that
Mega,
makes sense.
what,
That
Mega,
makes
what
sense.
can I just order you pizza?
we need to do more physical stuff so I can.
Because that's on the
Guys,
list.
guys.
You could probably figure out some way to PayPal me enough for a pizza.
We need
It's
to
fine,
do
don't
more.
worry.
We need to do more physical stuff so Omega can make me fall down.
Yeah, I know. I don't think many of you guys' problems came up yet.
All right, well,
Our restaurant's not here right now.
I mean that doesn't
I
mean that
mean-
it can't come up.
My problem could be doing something back at home right now.
Fair.
Actually, fun
fuck,
fact,
I need
if
to learn
you
that
have a
fucking. I need to learn
moment
this
to,
anyway. Fuck.
Well, you got 3 XP. I think scrying's a 3 or a 4. I don't know what you got.
It's
in your
4.
pocket. But it's definitely if you have a conversation with Airless, it would probably be mentioned that considering that the pirate attack story has spread, hey, back home, your mother's probably a little agitated. Somebody's probably gonna leave you a line, comrade, that you maybe should have sent your mom a letter. Send her a
Hold
note.
on, guys. Did
baby boy.
wait? Did no one send a letter back home?
Explicitly, no, I do not believe so.
Oops.
We've just gotten here today.
Yeah, but you guys have been sending birds when you docked and stuff.
Oh, we should have
so,
sent someone back in fucking St. Croix. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably.
I'm sorry, Inos was too concerned about getting off the boat and seeing Reyes ghouls.
I mean, hey,
well,
you
and
did
also
that.
to be fair,
I was occupied
Enos is-
also.
family probably haven't heard, and also, I mean, they'd probably be deeply concerned for you that you were on a boat. Period. Adding a pirate attack is not going to change
No.
their spiritual opinion
Actually,
about
you know
what
what?
you're doing.
I'll be honest. I don't believe for a second that my sister didn't send a letter home. I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, if you
I don't know
want
what
to take
Aurelia
an
did.
NPC, she
I know
probably would
Aurelia
have sent a
Huron
note,
did.
but that would have percolated to Lord Gridarvol first, and then probably to the rest of the council. And even
Oh,
then, like
no,
I said,
I'm just saying for I'm saying for my father specifically.
yes.
I
But
don't-
yeah,
I don't think she would have sent anything to
Lady
anyone
Maja
else.
is probably could use
Agitated.
some specific, because even if everybody tells her, even if just imagine, Lord Maximilian Gridarvol just being like, "Don't worry, my daughter says everybody is safe. No harm has come to them." Also, something
Maja will
about
throw that man out
Nicola
the window.
throwing an anchor at the pirates. I'm not sure how that one fucking works. But that's only gonna give her so much comfort, because again, she is Conrad's problem. So her helicoptering is gonna be a thing. But all right,
Yeah.
everyone, taketh your XPs.
I have a question.
Yes.
Considering Erihu is played out, I'm going to do my intellectual diversion because I'm spending my 3 on that. I want to do it actually on I guess track your own politics. So actually,
You're a student of politics. You don't.
I want to roll that
spend
basically just to know if actually the social dynamics or the complicated social dynamics of basically any region, possibly.
I think politics is a specific enough field of study. We can do that one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's it from the show. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Sorry if I'm being tired at the end. I've been running this for almost 5 hours. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, everybody.